Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the UKAL4 Nations. And we are here after a couple of weeks since Division 1 went and rounded up to bring you the grand finals of Division 2. I'm Brackish Brit, joined by Jika in that direction on the desk to bring you Paragon Esports up against EXE Machina.
I'm excited. Excuse me, very excited for these games. I mean, Paragon were kind of the Div 1 team we never had. I mean, they looked
A
very
bit.
close in open quals and then
Yep.
had a stellar performance throughout Div 2, and EXE Machina definitely been ramping up as well. It's going to be interesting to
Well, I
see how
mean,
this goes.
so these two were kind of head and shoulders above the rest of the pack in Div 2. Let's be real. We've got Paragon, who lost a single game to Revolt Chemtech, going 13-1, and EXE Machina dropping 2 games, both to Paragon. However, well, you would have thought, just looking at regular season, like, oh, Paragon's just better, right? Well, the story of playoffs hasn't exactly been that.
You are right. Story of playoffs hasn't been that. The last time these two teams faced each other, Paragon fell 2-1 into the lower bracket, having to claw their way back against, I believe it was Nuclear Viking, to come
Yes.
and face EXE
Barely,
Machina
by the way.
again. Yeah. So Paragon was all sunshine and rainbows throughout the regular split. Fell to their rival in playoffs. They're back for vengeance.
Speaking of Paragon, let's have a look at this squad as we get on towards today's matches. Of course, we've got Kenji, we've got Carrots, we've got Paul Brody, Lutrix, and Coach Rob, who I've been told lost a 1v1 to Casual's Gwen. No, Casual's Crit Viego while he was playing Gwen. Yeah, I've been told that she's not letting him ever hear the end of that.
Funny response.
It's the law. It's the law, Jika. And I mean, it also relates quite well between these two teams because there's a very friendly rivalry going on between these squads. They're all pretty good friends. You know, Rob kind of connects them as he's an alumni of Exeter University and the head coach of Paragon.
Yep. Has fingers in many pies, as it were. Of course, EXE Machina, as you mentioned, the University of Exeter team that competes in NSC Null as well, deciding to come and compete with us here and doing relatively well. And that's should we see what the EXE Machina roster is? Will, do you want to see this roster? I kind of want to see this
So we'll do that in a moment because first things first, there's a certain elephant in the room that I want to kind of zone in on a little bit, and that's Fruity Carrots is well, his champion pools a little bit fruity, and wanted to have a look see of a little bit of a guess the champ going on here. Want to have a look and see if you can figure out based on items and runes what Fruity was playing in that situation.
Okay.
So we're starting off with the blue with the Squirtle. The Gust was it Gust Walker? Is that what
Yes.
nobody, let's be real, nobody calls them by their real names. We got a Stridebreaker, a Shojin, then suddenly an Imperial Mandate and Cosmic Drive. Is this speaking to you at all?
The kind of thing I'd expect to see someone cook up on something like Rek'Sai or like Maokai or something.
Stridebreaker on Maokai?
I've seen weirder things.
Okay. But with Hail of Blades though?
I don't know, man. Like
This looks like, I mean, I know I've been cooking with Hail of Blades Elise in normal games today, but I don't think that's where we're coming from. I know, honestly, I'm just straight up stumped. This is a very, very strange build. Some weird like Nocturne angle, because
I'm gonna
Strikebreaker.
go Rek'Sai. Final answer.
I don't know. I'm getting stuck up on Strikebreaker Shojin. I'll say Nocturne, although I'm pretty sure that's wrong. Production is telling me it's Shaco. I don't know how I was ever supposed to guess that it was.
I can see it.
Who plays Shaco though? I mean, Fruity Carrots,
apparently.
obviously, but I mean, you know what? Take some confidence to pull that champion out, you know, in a game that actually matters.
Yeah.
We're going back to to us, so you know, at least that's a little bit of a taster of what we might be able to expect coming out of the Paragon side of the jungle. As you alluded to earlier, though, there are 2 teams in this match, so let's throw it across to the Ex Machina roster as well, because there's they're no slouches either.
No, they aren't. Refresh, Eames, Eden, Lasp, and Timatopper. Timatopper. As well as I don't even want to hesitate attempt to guess at the coach's name.
I love how in the prep document, I think it's Nijuan. I don't know, but apparently revolutionary thinker in the prep document we're given,
Tempo
and came up with a high level, tempo trapping. You know what? If Ex Machina win, I want this man in an interview to explain this and actually explain it to us.
I mean, I could give it a bash right now.
All right, break it down for us.
The idea of tempo trapping is something that's largely already in effect in League day to day. It's this idea of sacrificing some of your own tempo to give the enemy that false sense of security. You trap them in the tempo of the game, or you force them to play at a significantly slower game state by just not interacting. Put a DNI on them and let them be for 35 minutes.
We'll see if Ex Machina are able to pull that off in the drafts of today. Coming on back to us, and there's certainly a thing to speak about in the bottom side of the map with Lasp, and well, he's played a lot of unique champions in that bot lane role, and having that level of versatility, the meta isn't as fully bot lane centric as it used to be, but having that ability to go, I can weak side, I can strong side, that's really nice to have.
Yeah, it's something that a lot of teams wish they had. Of course, most teams have a very solid strong side and a very solid weak side, but if you've got 2 side lanes that can chop and change, it makes you extremely unpredictable.
Yeah, also means you can take really crazy 2v2s, as we will see in this VT coming up in are we taking a 2v2? Is that what you were doing there?
Yes.
I don't think we'd win that. I'm a really bad support.
Oh, I hate this matchup so much.
Oh yeah, as the Xayah player. And that ain't it. We see the fight happen, but look at Lasp, just completely on the side, taking full advantage of the fact people stuck inside of the Jarvan ultimate. Kenji does some work, but unfortunately, there's really not much to be done in that situation.
Yeah, it's rough. And then, of course, you've got the standard Karma, Ethereal. Aphelios Pike is a new one. Oh, okay. Aphelios Pike is definitely a new one to me. Very different styles of play. But Ezreal Karma is something we've seen time and time again. And with how strong Ezreal is currently, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that come out again for either of them.
We've seen a lot of people in Div 1 as well turn back to the Ezreal as a sort of the I can chill until 20-25 minutes pick. But a lot of people seem to forget how good he can be in the early levels, especially if you go like PTA.
You go PTA, the second you get
you can really body with some folks.
The second you get Tishin, you're immediately on a winning foot, assuming you haven't had someone die in the first 3 minutes of the game in your lane.
We can talk about, of course, the second little VT that we're going in, talking about the top side of the map. Camille, a very, very important pick as well, will be in this series. But gotta watch out because Camille,
Yeah.
I mean, she can do some stuff.
He can, especially once given the chance to get going.
Flash Q.
That was a half Camille centric, but worth to point out that the Camille will be heavily contested because Refresh potentially might be a pretty easy point of pressure in draft because he's mostly shown a lot of the same, and that's Aurelia Camille. Can play tanks, but doesn't really like to, and we've seen like no Rumble, no Gwen out of him at all.
It's it's an interesting one. There are a lot of champions that play like Aurelia Camille in terms of what they're looking to do. And I don't doubt that there has been some kind of practice of these picks, expecting to not be able to play them in every situation. But at the same time, you can pick them relatively early if you know your opponent has no answer.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. It'll be interesting to see how that actually plays out as the draft goes on.
The top lane matchup in general, I think, is going to be pretty interesting because Kenji is kind of the opposite of Refresh champ pool wise. He has been able to play a lot of very different things. We saw him pop off in that Camille clip, and the win that they got in the upper bracket finals against Ex Machina was quite a bit off the back of Kenji in that game, just getting a massive lead in his lane.
Absolutely, and I think that's a terrifying prospect, is if you aren't on one of these champions, you're up against Kenji on something that isn't a tank, how are you going to survive without drawing all of the resources from your jungler? Because that's largely going to be the situation they're going to find themselves in, is Kenji has the upper hand in the matchup. We'll probably see Fruity Carrots throw everything, including the kitchen sink, towards that top lane. You've got to make sure that you can stay safe and not start bleeding before your carries come on.
Yeah, got to be very careful, however, though, because you don't want a repeat of a Game 3 situation of what happened in the upper bracket finals, where everything kind of sort of fell apart for Paragon. And there's another little bit we can show, which is just been entitled by production as Play Safe Mid, which makes it sound like there was not a very fun time happening for Eden.
When you've got one of these hard roaming supports, you've got a high pressure mid laner who just kind of gets a walk in your face, and a very aggressive jungler. If you aren't 5 miles behind your tier 2, you're doing something wrong, because you will be dove at every single point of the game if you show any level of disrespect. And they know it. This stops a snowball from starting to roll for both teams, but more importantly, it completely nullifies one of the carries of Ex Machina without even like trying all of the time.
On top of that, from a meta standpoint, it's definitely mid lane at least looking even favored because of the prevalence of control mages like the Orianna, like the Syndra, like the Azir, and of course you can even sneak a little bit of Tristana in there still, and these are all picks that Eden is very comfortable on.
You can make sure that that comfort is going to be the undoing. You're going to have a lot of success. It'll be interesting to see how they decide to attack that today.
Definitely. And we will get into seeing how this breaks down, how the cookie crumbles compared to how the upper bracket finals did. Have Paragon learned all the lessons that could be taken from their series against the Nuclear Vikings? Have they stepped back up to reclaim their dominant regular season form? We'll be finding out in just a few minutes when we get into Game 1 draft. Don't go anywhere. Just a quick break.
Yeah, yeah. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Ramsey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a fluke. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man, ayy. Every day been making plans, ayy. They don't really understand, ayy. Gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam, yeah. Only worry about the fans, yeah. I won't compromise the brand, yeah. I've been saving up the bands, whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get on ready for the first game of the day. Paragon. I did misspeak earlier. Sorry, Marcus. I apologize. It is just Paragon.
We love you, Mac. Please don't hurt us.
Oh no, I'm sure he'll forgive me. Paragon versus Ex Machina. The rematch, the grudge match. After Ex Machina knock them down into the lower bracket, they clawed their way back up for this fight. And of course, they're out for blood.
They are indeed. Was both of these teams, I believe, already guaranteed to play for a spot in Div 1? Maybe?
Top two, I believe so.
Um,
Since the bottom two of Div 1 are currently, yes, because it was Arcadia and Lions Creed Academy.
correct.
Bottom two teams of Division 1. So it would stand to reason that the top two teams of Division 2.
Of course, they're
Don't
playing
quote
for
us on that, because obviously the people upstairs will know all of that knowledge. Has not been imparted to me specifically as of yet, so, you know, I'm just some dude. We'll figure it out as we go along, like we always do with the UKEL. And, I mean, before we get on into draft, we alluded to, you know, top lane, mid lane could be important, bot lane, potentially, the strength of Lapsed, or Lasped. I almost called him Lapsed. No, Lasped is his wide champion pool, and Roddy is been identified as a potential weakness.
As indeed. Now, can I get confirmation from production that mid and bot for
I don't
Paragon
think they're in the
haven't
correct
swapped,
order.
and they are playing their actual roles?
I would certainly
So
hope
I don't
so.
misspeak. Are we looking at Brody, Eddie Carrion, and Zai mid, or are they actually swapping? They have not swapped. Okay.
Right. So yes, no role swap. Don't worry about it. We shall go through the draft as normal. Ash already taken off the board. I mean, especially if we're talking about the potential weakness in Brody, then it's a pick that he could have gone for to just have some agency in the game naturally, with just by dint of the existence of the Enchanted Crystallara.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the sheer amount of map pressure you get off of that Ash is terrifying. Hawk shot, you can track people as you need. Enchanted Crystallara, if it lands, it's a free kill, and it's a relatively safe laner. Never mind.
We're doing a restart of draft.
Okay.
Hopefully we'll get through it right quick. As you can see, also, Ex Machina chose to take blue side for game number 1, and that's something we probably should have touched in on. The Eve ban is that just expect it. If you hadn't been tuning into Div 2 previously, the Eve ban is going to happen every game because can't focus. Yeah, Eames is a big Eve player.
Seems scary, and there's Ariana gone from Eden as well. One of the first pickable mid laners currently, who is very scary, very strong.
Certainly is.
Camille
Further
is gone
bans
as
coming
well.
through. I mean, we saw Kenji did great work on it, both in the regular season and in the playoffs. And the Jace takeaway is worth noting as well, because that is a directed takeaway towards the mid lane, towards him that is presently named as Vuzai, but of course that's actually Paul.
Was a fun
So,
way to say it.
I saw you. I saw a very interested face there from you. So what's spicing out for you?
I just saw the Renekton hover and I was like, wait, has that been locked in? It wasn't. Very sad.
It had
But we do have
the
Tristana
disappointment is
Jax
immeasurable.
Rel.
There it is.
Yeah, very good matchup into the Jax. You don't rely massively on auto attacks, and your Ruthless Predator is not as telegraphed as a lot of other auto attack abilities in the game. And it's also not really something, as we say, Camille, Aurelia seem to be the two comfort picks for Ex Machina's top laner, but not on either of those this game. Vayne, Ziggs, Renata, all taken away. Are going to see the Varus
I
come
like
out.
the Ziggs.
Roddy.
I will, much as I'm always upset to see a Ziggs ban, I understand it in this situation because with the Tristana locked in, you have the freedom to pick an AP bot sider. Instead, we're going to have Lasp potentially looking through his other options. Of course, we know that they're playing into the Varus. And I mean, in the clip that we saw in the pre-show, it was Lasp on the Ezreal, murdering Brody, not murdering Brody, it was murdering Lutrax while Brody was on the Varus.
What was the Aphelios?
No, wait, he was on Aphelios. Yes, it was Aphelios Pike. Never mind. Brack is silly. Don't worry about it. We're going to look for a last pick here. Why not? Why can't you lock this?
You're looking into Sylas. I mean, you've already given him 3 really good ults in True Shot Barrage, in Grandmaster at Arms, in Magnet Storm. You've now given him Lilting Lullaby as well, with the amount of sheer engage already on Paragon. Zaya is going to have a field day with running this game, because you are looking at 4, 5, maybe even, if you can make use of that Buster Shot, very, very good ultimates to be able to take at any point in the game. I was talking about, I think I was talking about this to you earlier. True Shot Barrage has a 90% AP ratio.
Yes, I got hit in the face by one while I was trying to play my Hail of Blades Elise.
And it chunks. It hurts if you can land it. And Sylas is going to cast it on top of your face, more likely than not, and burst you down entirely. It's very, very scary to be playing a draft like this against this kind of Paragon draft, because they can do a little bit of everything. They can opt to play slow with the Varus if the Varus goes poke. They can opt to play team fight with Sylas and Varus. Varus can go on hit. They can play engage. They can play disengage. They can play split fight. They can play pick. Ex Machina, you're looking at really one of 2 play styles. You hope and pray that you can poke them out of a fight with bowling balls and mystic shots, or you're all inning, and there's no 2 way about it. So I would give Paragon a big, big edge coming into this game, just on draft alone.
We'll see if draft is enough. Obviously, these teams have been going back and forth the entire split. Paragon seemingly having Ex Machina's number during the regular season, but then Ex Machina coming alive during the playoffs to take that upper bracket finals away. And is there any matchup in here that could particularly define the early game? Obviously, we said about the bot lane could be very interesting.
Sylas Twist.
How good Last is. Why the Sylas Twist?
Tristana is one of these picks that can force Sylas into a bit of a deficit because of the range advantage, because you have so much ability to make sure that he can't abuse what Sylas is very good at abusing in this early game, which is level 2 all in abscond, abduct, Kingslayer, your health bar's gone. And he's still at 3/4 health. She's very good at stopping this. Problem is, if she looks to go forwards aggressively and uses that rocket jump aggressively, she's in a losing battle. Because, while you can proc all charges of explosive, all the shots on an explosive charge to get it back, Sylas is already full combo duo at that point, and he can hold abduct to when you start the animation to pull you back down out of it. So it's going to be very, very dangerous to be in this situation where ultimately you're basically looking at, is Sylas going to be able to outplay Tristana? Is Paul actually going to find the edge over Eden? Or is Eden just kind of sit there and say,
I mean, Eden doesn't really have to do much in this lane, right? As you said, as long as he holds on to the rocket jump, he can nope a Sylas engage or a Sylas all in. With the explosive shot, is always going to be able to, you're never going to get hard pushed in as a Tristana. And so, just mitigate, make it so Paul can't leave mid lane and try it, or if he attempts to, he's losing a wave, he's losing plates or something, and build up the incremental advantages that we have seen Ex Machina build up, especially in these matchups with Paragon.
The other concerning part about those incremental matchups that I have for Ex Machina this game is you don't have a clear lane to play around.
That's true.
Jax Renekton, very volatile, no easy way of CC because of slice and dice, and you don't have CC yourself earlier until level 6. Same story with mid lane. No reliable CC, Sylas has some get out of jail free cards, and then bot lane, you've got, a Varus. You can abuse this, you have the CC in the Rel. The problem is there's an Alistar, which is known as a counter to Rel, and is going to stop you from coming in. And you've got an Ezreal, who isn't really going to be able to do much of anything until you get to that Tier Sheen power spike, so that 1100 gold power spike. but you really, really want the 2200 gold for that half-powered axe as well. If you can get all three of those components, this Ezreal can start to run away with the game with the aid of Lilia and Rel, but you don't have a clear lane to play around. You're going to be struggling from top to mid to bot and all throughout, so making those incremental advantages, or getting those incremental advantages through things like CS denial, vision, and objective control is vital. It is so much more important to the survival and the chances of winning the game as Ex Machina compared to Paragon.
So, in your opinion at least, would you say the relative early level weakness of this Ex Machina bot side kind of gives a free pass to Paragon? Because obviously, Alistair, theoretically, isn't a champion at level 1. Varus can do decent damage, but you haven't got all your abilities yet, so you're pretty much relying on autos plus the hail of arrows.
Yeah, you basically get both of these teams get a free level 1 bot line. Neither is really a threat to the other, because of course Ezreal not going to be a threat until you kind of hit that two component spike.
Can say that now.
Can be strong, can be very strong, but you're relying on Rel to find a miracle engage onto Brody without Lutrax then turning around to Lasp and saying, "Get out."
Yeah. And of course, on the opposite side, if Lutrax wants to go flash pulverize on towards Lasp, then it's really trivial
Because
for
you've then got
Topper to just go, no.
Yeah, you then have either crash down onto Brody or crash down onto Lutrax and they go crying corner.
Yeah, exactly. So, not expecting too much craziness in the bot lane super early, but I think as the lane progresses, as you said, if you get to tier Sheen, the last, then things can start to look a little bit dangerous. And we will bore you with chat no longer, as thankfully we are almost ready to get into the first game of the day. W King and Temporal are standing by to bring you the game, bring you the match. I'll hand it over to them now, guys. Take it away.
So much for that, Desk. It's been an absolute honor to be invited to join you guys tonight to host this best of 5 cast. Temporal is with me today. Say hello. How's it going?
Hey, Derby. It's going all right. Busy day at work, But you know what? We are here for the Champions League of the Four Nations. We are here
Oh, yes.
for the finals of our second division. And while both of these teams will be making a run in our promotion tournament to join the first division first, let's crown a winner.
Definitely. This is going to be an absolute hype set of games here, and I'm so ready to see what both teams will bring to this table. And we are getting into this game 1 of this best of 5. Can't wait to be here. Maybe we'll get 5 games, maybe we'll get 3, who knows, maybe we'll only get 4. I'm ready to be here for it all, and I'm so excited.
It's quite exciting. All right. Yeah, Cross Summoner's Rift. No surprise, no craziness at level 1 of these compositions. You just want to sort of take it easy, take it forwards. We will get Brody and Paul switched over on Paragon's side. Not sure why they went into draft the other way around, but it is what it is. There is no spicy Silas bot lane, don't worry.
Some people just like giving production a bit of extra work.
Exactly.
Got to make sure we're all on our toes. And one thing I'm going to call out, if people know anything about me and my stream, we are going to go into a quick pause here into this game. But one thing I'm just going to call
Is that
out.
what you do on your stream? You hit the pause button. I'm kidding.
No. One thing I do want to call out is I've noticed this already. And if people know me on my streams, my favorite thing I calling out every time is when junglers are not starting a health pot. And this is just a personal take of mine. I'm seeing the Lily without a health pot. I love this. As a jungler, you do not need your health pot. So finally, someone's listened to me and skipped it.
Some of them. I think if Maokai gets invaded, he's maybe the saddest tree in the world.
For sure.
So I get it, Fruity Cats. But yeah, if you're going to speed through your jungle, if you're on a pick that tears through, doesn't lose much health, especially since the recent changes to heal for missing percentage health instead of just a flat amount and a bonus, it's pretty nice to just go without potion, save some money.
It's definitely a good point, but I mean, if you see a game where nothing much has happened, he'll just full clear. He's going to reach his top side and not even be at below half health. But You know what? We'll see how much priority this Lydia does put on. We will actually see the Lydia did start without a leash. So both these junglers will probably take it a bit slow and just give their laners a bit of a chance to show their strength and show what they can bring to this table in these 2v2s and 1v1s.
Yeah, all right, level 2 first for Exeter.
Yes, nothing much to see there, though. Rel did jump in. They got the level 2. They looked what they could do, but with Alistar, it's the counter pick. It's the counter pick right there. You see that Alistar could just instantly knock her up and stop her from going out far. So nothing much to gain from the level 2. And I do see a nice move by this Tristana here, getting the ward down, which should give some kind of vision over to where this Maokai will be moving.
Yeah, it wasn't the level 1 ward, but still gives you that information whether those raptors are up just about will be spotted. Not enough time left to clear it, so fruity carrots. There's no known quantity heading towards the top side.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how this Jax reacts, because, you know, you got to be careful here. If you know the Maokai's there, you'll know he'll be topside in about just under a minute's time, and you don't want to give yourself up to a free gank. So expecting some kind of push and playback, especially when you know your jungler is on the bot side.
Look at that juicy wave. Coming in.
Definitely.
Nice and easy. Away from the Renekton, and you can just sit under your tower nice and happy. The Lilia, Eames, coming down towards this bottom side now, should be able to pick up the Scuttle Crab, and with Paul off of mid as well, that should be one apiece. Paul, don't do anything crazy here. T1 tower is there for a reason.
Yeah, I don't imagine anything be happening too soon. As mentioned in the desk here, both these none of the laners bring too much early setup unless there's just a really big overextend. And
I mean,
I think all these players,
the Renekton would.
The Renekton would, but
if this wave wasn't right here.
Exactly. I think we have to give respect to the players. They're smart enough to know where to play around and where to position themselves. And as Jax did very nicely there, he got the wave to push into himself to match the Maokai timing. Lilia doing the save bot side. Very clean movement by Oman.
Yeah, look at the crabs each. Lilia coming up towards the top side now. There won't be a crab to catch. And indeed, you've sort of got this moment now before Gromp comes back where there's time to do things out on the map, and it looks like Kenji will be the recipient of the first gank. Ward should spot out Eames here, so this is well telegraphed.
Yeah, Lilia need to be making a play on this side of the map with her jungle up. Will be wanting to clear top, so can just quickly make a play here, see if there's anything, but I can't imagine they die here. So
could try and force him off the wave. Will fall away instead. Just getting the slice and dice out from Kenji. Nothing big. It is teleport advantage for Kenji, which is for refresh. Going by ASAP Mel right now. I don't know who Mel is and why they've got to go as fast as possible.
They're running.
That's a mystery. We'll have to figure it out. And the Jack's very happy with the CS lead right now. This is a matchup where the Renekton wants to sort of dominate the wave, get 3, control the push. I think it's fair to say Refresh has had all of that for himself so far. Gets another base without using the teleport. I think a great time on this Jax.
Definitely, we'll see. Hopefully be able to use that TP for something exciting as this game continues. We'll have to see if anything kind of plays are made bot side. But Lilia is actually now pinging these Raptors, is looking to maybe try and seal them away. Silas did go on the reset, will be TPing in, so we might see some kind of catch here. Maokai decides to go in on the Raptors instead. It will be a smite fight, and it does go into the Maokai, and the chains from the Silas will connect onto the Lilia. Lilia, I think you've stepped a bit too far forward, but Paragon don't want to overchase this. They know the Tristana showed up, and we'll just back up
level 6 as well on vision in that minion wave. They definitely don't want to take a fight and bust a shot down. Paul has got that level 6
Meanwhile,
now. First
bot
ball on
lane.
the bot side.
There must have been a big fight there that we just about missed, but it looks like it will be a 2-for-0 trade in the bot lane. Each champion getting a 1 further on there. I don't think we'll get a chance to see what happened there, but let's just visualize amazing...
A nasty 2v2.
Trying to make a read of this from summoners, but I'm guessing Varus
only Lutrax with his flash up, so that must have been a full catch from Teema.
Very well played.
Yeah, maybe we'll be able to see that again later, but let's not worry about it for now. Paragon starting to slip behind. Exeter in both top and bottom lane, having a great time. CS lead in mid, not that crucial. It's a Silas. He's still going to do his thing.
Yeah, Tristana's going to get that natural lead just from her ranged and push advantage, so it's up to Exeter to make sure with this push advantage they can capitalize the most out of it, get some early objectives, and now with their winning bot lane, even more reason for them to maybe get this dragon picked up.
Would look for some priority or a play first. Exeter assembling his 3 on the bottom side. Paragon just stuck between the lanes now. It doesn't look like they know where they want to go. Fruity Carrots will scan away the bush. No one making a move into a lane right now.
Yeah, these junglers, these junglers both really want their level 6. I would say Maokai comes on a bit more online with his just insanely impactful ultimate. Lilia has to get into the fight, so might struggle with that. But once these junglers both hit level 6,
yeah.
I hope to see a bit more action from them. But as of now, it's going to be a bit slow.
Big setup. Oh, okay, refresh. That's a bit of a win in the top side.
And they're finally going for the fight, as Reddington has now popped the ultimate, knowing that the counter-strike is on cooldown, but Jax has too much damage, pops the ultimate, auto-attack resets, grasp procs is all you need to get an easy solo bolo. Oh gosh, Kenji took a fight he might have not expected to win.
Yeah,
Or to lose.
Grandmaster's Might, the Renekton forced to go in, and it just makes it so hard to actually finish off the Jax. It does so much return damage as well. That is Refresh just extending his lead in the top side. Exeter in game 1 against the team that absolutely crushed them in the regular season that they overcame to put Paragon in the lower bracket. The rivalry continues with Refresh taking a comfortable lead in this early game.
Did stay for a bit trying to get those plates, and Reddington does have flashers. We may see a flash for flash trade top lane as he's going for it. No mana on this Jax, so we'll have to see what summoners are burned. Reddington will get a dash in, but the counter strike, no chance to follow up. Easy recall.
Just nice and smooth exit there, and Refresh still holding onto that teleport, so will not miss a thing even if Kenji manages to push that in. Looks like he's in and around the wave. Can't tell if he's pushing it or just wandering around. Oh, that's the worst. It looks like Refresh will be able to freeze that if he's able to kill off the melees.
Definitely a moment you do not want to be in if you're Kenji. I would be screaming for my jungler to try and help me out of this, but oh gosh, these are the top lane matchups where if you fall behind, if you get frozen on, it's an absolute misery. As Silas goes in, we'll steal the ultimate from Tristana, but what are you going to do besides knocking her further away? But just take a nice trade. First strike gold, why not? Get a bit of gold.
Yeah, just
it's
a little
econ.
bit of investment banking. There we go.
Yeah.
Refresh holding that nice and close to his tab.
And here comes the Maokai. He's got to bail his top laner out.
Fruity Carrots. Just going to have to help his Renekton here. Should probably commit to the wave.
Yeah, get this push in. Sadly, as expected, Exeter will be able to use this opportunity to pick up the dragon, as Jax is still continuing to tank up this wave, and we'll clear it out here, so it will fully reset, but in return, he doesn't lose out anything. Easy dragon going over, and Herald will be traded off. I do like this swap. We'll have to see. With Jax coming in to scout it out, there might be an opportunity to stop this if they can get there fast enough. And there's no rest of team from the side of Paragon there, so Jax can just go in on his own. You see the Gitzeter is following through, so both teams will be arriving at the same time. So this might be a delayed, drawn-out fight, as Jax will be able to get a double stun in, and will be focusing heavy on the Maokai, who will now use the ultimate to delay the rest of the engage. But Jax up close, tanks it. Leo flashing in with a 3-man Q, 3-man sleep. Will follow through as everyone is down, but there's not enough of the rest of the team from Exeter yet, as now both teams are 4 members strong with the 80 carries in bot lane or in base. But Exeter will continue for this Herald, and will try to chunk out this Alistar as a full burst comes through from the Tristana. Rel gets a 3-man Magnet Storm following through as Silas is now the main target. Gets the Rel's ultimate himself, but will not be able to follow through with enough damage. And that is 2 for nothing, going over to Exeter, following through with the Herald now as well. Huge play by them, and unfortunately, Paragon just falls a bit short in that fight. This is not looking too good for them.
Yeah, and the coast to coast in the team fight. Coming at 3,500 gold ahead in this early game. Exeter starting off strong. And for Paragon, just maybe some learnings to take into the next few minutes about numbers advantage, about where you send the individual members of your team.
And look at this, 11 minutes in the game. Ezreal already has his Triforce as well. That is some insane damage. Where did he get that gold from? What? He is leading the golds in his own team. I guess it's just CS diff. I mean, don't even have a plate in this bot lane.
You'll see these guides. It's like, yeah, try and get 80 CS by 10 minutes. And just a little bit later, 120 the total here for last.
Jax Divine Sunder as well. Look at this trade. Reddington cannot do anything in this top lane, and it's just going to have a miserable time. Paragon, they're going to have to whip something out this game.
It is gonna have to be like crazy. Send Alistair and Maokai behind people levels of plays. Your damage is tied to the Silas, to the Renekton, when Brody isn't yet firing on all cylinders with this late game Varus build. And until then, you got to get these guys going. We got to get a bit of a jump start, and it does have to be some crazy play, moving support and jungle around the map.
For sure. Now, looking at these items, the entire side of Exeter, except for the supports, have now picked up their first items. So it's just such an insane gold lead. I mean, you called it out yourself, about 4k in the bank, but you can already see, and it's spread out evenly. I love this 1-0-1 across all members, except for the Rel, going strong, showing that they can be in every single part of this fight. So
Yeah, they got to help everyone get to 1-0-1. Here goes Team.
here, Rel will engage using the Magnet Storm onto the Alistair, who will be the focus. Actually, solo kill in the mid lane happening at the same time, and that is, I don't think any kills will go over to the side of Exeter here, as Lydia will tunnel quite hard onto the Maokai, but this Maokai is quite tanky, and the Rel did not manage to mount over the wall. Will have to flash through, and they're forcing so hard here, but it is not working out for them, but they do manage to get the kill onto the Varus. Silas, meanwhile, after getting the kill in the mid lane, has now shown up here. Varus getting the kill down on Lilia, and overall, such an insane overcommit ends up being a 3-for-1. Oh, 2-for-1 after both the mid lane solo kill and then another kill on Lilia. They really wanted some damage there, and we have another pull.
Paragon get it back. I think you're right. It was a bit of an overcommit. I kind of understand trading Lilia ult for the Maokai ult, just so that you can't be picked out in any counter ganks without the Maokai flashing on top of you, making it easy. But it is just a lot of... Disrespect's not the right word. It's a lot of feeling the need to like grab a huge lead as fast as possible. And Exeter maybe just need to chill out. Maybe need to let things happen.
Yeah, and also, big shout out to Paul here from Paragon mid lane. He did manage to get a solo kill there, so that's something we'll have to look back at later to see what exactly happened in his mid lane. As Tristana will get called out again, it looks like this kill will go down because Silas will have the execute as they trade ult for ult. But Silas
the, like double buster shot and they fly away from each other.
It's like a Newton's cradle right there.
Yeah, that is a 10 out of 10 interaction. That is, unfortunate. Yeah. Second time Eden falls down quickly. The Silas now probably with more than a few points in queue, I would guess. Able to take on that ranged fight, and with a bit of CC convert into a kill. Herald will go top side and feed into Refresh's Jax. And yeah, this will be, instead of ASAP Mel, maybe ASAP Tower as the first of the game goes down.
So we get another pause going into this game shortly. Yes, that Tower and the Herald going over to the Jax will mean that he probably carries a lot of this gold, especially in this top lane 1v1 matchup. So as this game continues, I'm going there. However, we will be going out of this.
Close up of the crab.
Ooh, hello. Yeah, so we have another bit of an pause error. We'll get to you as soon as we have information.
We got a moment to chill out. Hi, Dove. How are you doing?
Which way do I have to look? This way? No, that way. How are you doing, man? Good to see you.
It's always the other way than you think. That's the secret.
Right,
yeah, I'm all right. I'm okay.
This has been an interesting game so far, hasn't it? Like, it went off slow, junglers hit 6, then all of a sudden, they're just left and right getting all sorts of damage.
There were a lot of sucker punches, mostly thrown by Refresh, just completely unanswered, and then, like, a big wait for the next play. So I don't know if both these teams are feeling a little nervous. This is Grand Finals.
This is Grand Finals, yes. And it's a best of 5, so maybe first game will be a bit slow, and then as we get into games 2 and 3, they'll get warmed up, they'll get a bit more used to what's going on, and then jump into things, but we'll have to wait and see how these games continue. But yeah. Okay, we're getting some replays in here for the first blood. Let's have a quick look at that.
Yeah. I think it's the 2v2. So.
Yes, so our prediction was that there was some kind of hard engage onto the Varus here. And it looks like the stun connect. Wow, Alistair missing the Q as well. That's all it will take. Completely understandable. Varus will do what he can.
I like the flash. That is so close to a reversal. But yeah, pretty clear that Paragon's bot lane not on the same page there. That just allows last enough time. Burn through both with Teemo holding them at bay.
Yeah, very nicely played.
That's a nice engage from Teemo. Nice and, sort of like one step after the other, not overcommitting, just like, oh, I'm just about in Q range. Ooh, he's cleansed as I'm flying through the air. We are now all-inning the Varus.
Good recognition.
That's the way to do it. let your opponent miss execute.
Ooh, we're now back live, I presume. Yes, we should be back into this game. Yeah, so where were we at? What was our train of thought? A lot of gold in this top lane. I'm expecting
there
this.
were a lot of gold.
Yeah.
There was a lot of gold going over, plates going over, objectives not so much.
Uh-oh,
Man,
Silas sneaking up into the top lane. Jax might have overextended a bit, trying to force in the tower. Will flash Q to the wave, and the Renekton Q will not be enough to follow through as well, so...
Very
Flash for
respectful
flash.
from Mel. I'd have gone back and tried to Q onto Kenji again.
I think he recognized that better to stay alive, especially with this dragon now spawning.
That's true, does have the teleport down. Unlike me and Soloki, who is throwing that at my tower as fast as possible. That's why these players are just a little bit better. Right, Paragon, do you have control of this river? They've moved in first.
have
Bot lane
complete
completely
control.
abandoned. Priority neutralized in mid. All here, risk of getting called out.
Yeah, it looks like Paul did step up a bit, but the Tristana did try to jump on, won't be able to trade too heavily. Meanwhile, Jax TP'd from the bot side, but the Maokai ult will lock down 2 people, and they will continue to force onto Eden here, as Eden is now locked down by 2 people. Magnet Storm from Magnet Storm being traded in the mid lane, and finally, 2 champs from each side will go down as this fight continues. Varus is now freeing in the backline, does not manage to get any kills, and will try to do what he can to get what he can, but will not be able to follow through much more, as the Rel now engages, going for some things. But that's it, that's the fight. What happened there? It just seemed like everybody piled on top of each other and you couldn't even tell what was going on. But it ends up being a 1-4-2. No, 1-for-3 even.
1-for-3.
And
Yeah,
Exeter
the members
picking
of
up their
Paragon.
second dragon. Even more important for that.
Getting that stacking going. We'll reveal which soul it is as well.
Cloud soul.
Not too bad, not too shabby. Do love Rel and Jax being able to reposition nice and fast on that one. And yeah, Paragon, they initiated that fight. They were strictly the fire starters. And it just looked like Fruity Carrots and Lutrax went a little bit ahead of Kenji and Brody coming down. That little bit of desynchronization, a little misexecution, gave Exeter so much time to reposition, dish out their damage safely.
Eden did drop very low, but sadly just not low enough to be able to get that kill and survive for just long enough to allow Timo to come in, peel heavily, and in that sense the way to allow the rest of the team to catch up. And this Ezreal now 3-0, Lilia 3-1. Oh gosh, this is just going to scale up even more, and we'll have to see how scary these champions become.
Yeah, the only sort of criticism of an Ezreal against this composition, it will struggle to take down the Maokai and the Alistar later into the game, but if they still stay at these such low gold numbers, that's not going to be an issue for an Ezreal if his items ahead of them for the rest of the game. So we'll have to see. We'll keep an eye on it.
But that's not even
that becomes a shortcoming.
When you look at these items from Tristana and Lilia, they are going to be taking down the tanks. You got the Kraken Slayer, the Liandry. Like Ezreal can just do his thing, use his poke to just get them low, and then when they want to all in, they have so much DPS from other champions. Only downside is, sure, maybe they have too much damage and will lack some kind of sustain and survivability through these fights, but...
Yeah, ideally, the Tristana and the Lilia will be a little more pickable, and if we're playing Paragon's side here, that means that, you know, Fruity Carrots will be able to flash Arcane, flash shift on top of Tristana and follow through the jump. The Nature's Graph does make Lilia's job quite hard until she's got a Zhonya or a stopwatch in bank, and it looks like we are going for instead more damage to start off.
Yeah, we'll be working toward looks like the Demonic Embrace. Get that double dot as a Herald fight may break out. Herald being dropped down to 5k, and we have another pools going into here.
That's alright. Wouldn't be a series of the Four Nations playoffs without a cheeky pause. Just, you know, just just a moment to sip your tea. Or in
Moment
this
to
case,
look at
the
us
water,
again, if
right?
anything. I think that's what it
Hurriedly
is.
filled up.
He's got his Stein right there. I approve.
More water, more fun. That is
definitely.
generally.
So yeah, this Herald fight, we'll have to get back into this game in a moment to see exactly what's happening here. But so far, Exeter is looking a lot... Oh, we're now, never mind that, we're back in this game as we see a full-on engage from the Varus getting a nice ultimate off. A lot of stuns, Lydia getting a 2-3-4-man sleep, if anything. And the first kill will go over to Exeter, but Herald will go over to the side of Paragon as we continue through this fight. Lydia has now been able to join in this fight, and Renekton is now chasing down the Rel, but with this Cloud Dragon movement speed, they can get out. This is the pause spectator bug, so we're just going to here all together on the edge of our seats to see what happens as this rest of this fight will continue. As Varus and Renekton will be running away. Ezreal actually flashing forward for a big engage. Renekton now getting stunned up by the Jax, and Alice able to re-engage. And Eden is now jumping into this fight, will get the explosive bomb onto the Varus, but can't get more auto attacks, and Varus is not dead. Kiting back will get as much damage off as he can, but it's not going to be enough, as the 3 members left from Exeter will chase down Alistair taking a for overall. Fight took so long that Maokai was able to respawn, but Herald was killed and picked up by Alistair, so Paragon do get something, but Ezreal is just getting more ahead as he is on 3.5 items before 19
he's gonna be
minutes.
able to just go straight in for the last whisper. Doesn't have to hang around. Yeah,
Doesn't even have his tears
2
back.
for 5 with the Herald. It's a bit of a consolation prize. I'm not sure if that gold will make it up to Paragon.
Yeah, it's gonna... I mean, at this point, you want to try and use Herald for some lane priority, but then again, they do have the comeback mechanic, so they can use that to get a side lane tower that will give them some gold. We'll have to wait and see how they can use it.
Yeah,
best.
getting in onto the next dragon would be ideal by placing that down in mid or bot. We'll see. We'll see what Lutrex decides, deems it ready for. And if we look across the map right now, Kenji's in a bit of a stuck position in this top side. Really doesn't want that wave going away from him, so he's going to invite refresh to push that forwards so he can actually pick up some CS under his own tower or try and hold the wave favorably. It's that the tense moment where he's not sure if refresh is just going to dash straight back in. Engage from Lutrex does push Exeter back.
Yeah, you can try and do what you can to engage on Terrell, but she'll just jump out of it. She has so much like CC buffering that she can just move, and unfortunately, with the tenacity as well, it's just not the kind of champion you can pick off, so Farah's ultimate will be blown for nothing, as we do see Refresh going in for a trade as much as he can, and this is just going to be such a bully top lane here. Renekton will have to do what he can to survive up against this Jax, but this 1v1 side lane is just going to get worse and worse for him as the game continues, so we're going to have to see what Paragon can do to shift up to give him some kind of priority.
This is at least a small prize. The wave continually being pushed means he's not out of experience, so Kenji actually holding even level, which is unusual when an enemy Jax has destroyed the lane this hard. You're looking for a level advantage, gold advantage.
Lilia will step up here to face check this, but I don't think it's going to matter since Lilia is so far ahead. The CC chain coming through, and Silas is forced to blow his stopwatch, which will gain nothing but his delayed death, and giving also, even worse, a free dragon, as Exeter one more. Magnetstorm will only be forced by the Rel. Blast Cone might cause some problems to chase down this Alistair. I don't think they can go for too much more. They try to get another kill, but honestly, that doesn't matter at that point. They take the one easy pick on Silas, and will take their third dragon of the game, putting them on soul point.
Kang's pushing mid from Paragon, so at least they're getting something back. Should be able to
Still
scratch
have the
his
Herald. I think that was dropped. Yes, Alistair can drop the Herald.
Alright, that should go down with Varus and Tristana firing away. There we go. Herald over, so only gets the one. Fruity Carrots in trouble.
Maokai is using the ultimate delay, and now we have the TP from Renekton. Jax not using his TP, will opt in to walk. However, Ezreal is doing a great job of splitting up and running down. However, Lapsul will get focused down and killed, and a nice snipe from the Varus will come across the wall to take up another kill. And I think this Jax being a bit too greedy on his TP will delay the fight to the point where not only does one member go down, 3 members down so far from the side of Exeter as the chains will follow through, taking down their 4th member, and this is Baron for Paragon.
Yeah, refuse to lose angle. 4-1 in the fight. Last is still alive, and while his ultimate comes across, he's not going to take anyone out. He's not going to kill anyone. Fruity Carrots isn't here, so no smite and no tankiness from the jungle.
They go off the Baron.
Done it.
They don't fully commit for the Baron. They respect the Ezreal, knowing that he can just try and poke them out. I don't know. I might have still just gone for that to take the flip, but then again, at the same point,
tempted, right?
Yeah,
Like the first big fight. It's like the pressure to convert.
but take the gold, right? Just be smart. You took the gold. You got the kills. You got the shutdowns. And it actually, I will take that back. Jax did end up using his TP in that fight, but it was just too late. I don't even know where he TP'd to, but that just really caused some problems. And from doing there, will give still 4k gold, so nothing crazy, but just show that Paragon is not out of this game just yet.
They are holding on, and you know, when you do come together and make those extra special things happen, even if all of these individual lanes haven't gone so well. So the team fight unit here quite clear, keeping Brody alive for a long time. Worked out in that fight. 2 items down to Varus, still 1 behind Ezreal. But as a character himself, getting much stronger.
Yes, this Varus will for sure scale into this game, and once he gets some more on-hit items, you can just absolutely shred down any of this front line. And this Rel, who might seem tanky now, a few auto attacks and abilities from Varus, and you are just you're not tanky. Doesn't matter how much you have. that magic pen and just overall shred that champion can bring out will not be anything you can try and survive through. But still,
Yeah.
Ezreal now completing his 3rd item, something to look out for.
Extra slow from Serial does make it even more frustrating for Paragon to come forwards and try and contest the Ezreal. They didn't manage to do it in that last fight. Refresh engaged upon 2 here.
Yeah, it looks like they tried something here, but just the 2 members strong, I don't think it's enough to take down this Jax. However, Maokai has now shown up, and Jax is in a 1v3, but Paragon not being able to defend their mid lane here as EXE to do a nice cross map, and with the sleep from Lilia, that W will hurt way too much, and good night to Silas, as from the sleep he'll go straight into his own base. Good tower pickup as well from them. So you know what? Good cross map. Paragon showing they're trying to do something with this Jax, but you can send 3 members top, but what's that going to do? It's going to leave you with only 2 members to 4 mid, and that's just easy pickings if you're not careful. So
Bit of an overextension.
yeah.
Does allow EXE to continue growing their 6,500 gold lead. They're probably very happy with themselves the way this game 1 has been going. Should be very confident in these finals. They do have the recency bias over Paragon. Sent them to the lower bracket, 2 and 1. Just for now, in game 1, Exeter ahead. Paragon showing signs of life, but that's about it.
We do see a attempt collapse onto the Reddington, but he will get spotted out in the ward in the last frame of his recall, but as recalls go, you do have that little buffer, so he's able to get out of that one. Instead, Exeter will just clear out some vision in the top side, and Paragon will move down to the bot side, preparing what they can. They have actually done a consistent job of setting up vision in this dragon before, but just they haven't been able to execute their fights as well, probably lacking coming from the slight goal deficit. As both top laners have TP here, and you know what? If I'm Refresh, I'm not expecting anyone from the side of Paragon to be top side now. Actually, maybe I spoke too soon, as Exeter is coming top lane instead, knowing that they can give up this dragon and do a little bit of a push here, as they will try to get on the Reddington, but he will just dash away from that one. Now Lilia will ping out the Silas, who is now shown up, and will actually manage to hit him with a sleep, and the damage follow-through will be more than enough to take him down, as they do manage to catch out the Silas. Dragon coming up in 20 seconds, so they can always fall back to that, but maybe. No, I was thinking they might be Baron, but last year, ooh, Arcane Shifts out of the Varus ulti. It's just so much movement from them, and it just feels like Paragon can't keep up with Exit this game.
The rotations are hard. A bit of panic for the tier 3 tower brings Paragon up. Kenji now at level 15 with that second item. The Black Cleaver does allow the 1v1 to go a little better. But Refresh mells Shojin just a little stronger in the 1 versus 1. Keeps him evasive. That leap strike. Dragon will go over here to Extus. They will go up to Soul. 27 minutes. That's not bad timing.
No, that's a very fast Soul, but even better about a fast Soul means an even faster Elder on the map in 6 minutes, so we might just see that as well, depending on how this game goes and if it gets that long. But I could imagine Exeter will turn their shift over to this Baron now, and might try and use that to close off this game, if they can secure it. But Reddington did try.
It'd be nice to see them sort of do one thing at once. It's clear that, you know, they can't just win all 3 lanes all the time right now. They did earlier in the game. Teemo
Now
here.
Maokai will engage onto the Rel here. However, Rel will use the Magnet Storm and Ultimate to try and get out of that. But you know what? I said this before, Rel is too tacky, as when Jax is now TP'd and will jump onto the Varus, who's now used his cleanse. Justana able to just right-click him to death, and the stopwatch being used from the Varus will buy him some time. But Jax is able to free auto them, as Paragon is doing what they can to take down this Rel, but it's not working out, as the Buster Shot from the Justana will knock out the rest of the team, and all of a sudden it's a clean ace around the Baron pit. This will allow Exeter to pick up a free Baron. Jax is already top lane to push this in. Again, Paragon doing what they can to try and get back into this game, but Rel is not the champion you can pick. And unfortunately, they try and use way too much on her, tunnel too hard onto the wrong champion, gives the Baron, gives the ace, and maybe even an inhibitor in this top lane.
Yeah, it's tough. Teemo, even though he was engaged upon him, pops his Aftershock, able to hold on, and at this time, Paragon can't take him out. So a lot of split priorities. He's Brody full to refresh his teleport in. They will lose the inhibitor. They're positioned on mid as well.
Master is trying to stop him from that inhibitor, but I don't think he wants to take this fight. Sure, it is only 2v5, so maybe Jax will go down. He has stacked up his passive though, and Silas will have the Jax ultimate as well, but again, I just don't think there's enough as Rel goes in for a nice shockwave. One goes down, is on the Varus. Varus is actually not being picked on folks anymore, and will be at a free hit on the background. However, his front line is no longer there, and Rel is able to get engaged as that is the second ace, and with this Baron, this should be GG, as the first game of tonight's best of 5 will very confidently and strongly go over to EXE.
Yeah, in pretty confident fashion. Exeter strike first, win the first game.
Of 5.
And you know, I don't think Paragon should panic too much. Maybe go back to some objectives in draft. Maybe something to do with, you know, not folding top lane quite so quickly. Because I think that kind of warped the Maokai's job where he wanted to be top and bot at the same time, which is a bit impossible. And fell down from there. That's game 1. All done.
Game
we're
1
going to go on a
of
quick
this
break.
best of 5.
And then I think we're going to have the desk back for game 2's draft. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Till then.
Welcome back, everybody. Ahead of game number 2. First game, of course, going across to Ex Machina. And in a lot of ways, I feel like we can say that that game 1, not necessarily how it went with the draft at least, was almost precisely like point perfect, pixel perfect of what we'd expect these two teams to draft in a vacuum.
Yeah, I mean, it's comfort across the board. It's the same kind of style we expect from every lane. It really was like the pixel perfect example of how these two teams would want to play and what they would look to draft in isolation of each other.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the snapshot into the mid lane. We've got, Paul outside of Oriana and Syndra likes to play Silas and Jace. Jace is banned. Oh, look, we see a Silas. On the other side, Eden likes to play these control mages, goes to the Tristana, is able to, for the best part, completely mitigate the Silas, as we were talking about in the draft. And Ex Machina, they had a really, really strong early game. We identified that potential weakness in the Paragon bot lane, and we will, in a moment, I believe, have a reminder of what happened in that lane.
That we will. And the early game in this bottom lane, it was interesting. Didn't actually catch this fight, but a good engage from Team Copper manages to set this fight up quite nicely. Brody just has to try and play at range. Heal comes out from last, allows for a little bit more survivability, and Lutrax, not really much you can do in that situation at that point. It was before that big power spike I was talking about, but it was one of those fights that did go the way Ezreal needs it to be able to take it before that power spike, and it just started a snowball of the game.
Yeah, and that didn't just happen in bot lane either, because we saw a solo kill on mid. We saw a huge advantage being built up topside as well, and in the meantime, we also saw Eames on one of his signature farming junglers, while Fruity Carrots is trying to play an enabler. At one point, I think I saw a 60 CS difference between this Lilia and the Maokai, and sure, if you're playing an enabler, that's all well and good for Paragon. But in this game, for the most part, there wasn't anyone to enable. There was nobody strong enough to really carry the fights in a lot of situations.
No, and I mean, we were also struggling. It also seemed like Fruity was struggling to find the targets that he was looking for in a lot of the fights.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even if the damage, the backup had been there, there wouldn't have been an easy way to get there for the Twisted Advance. And there's too many tanky targets for you to just rely on Nature's Grasp. So it was definitely a bit of an unfortunate game, but there was a moment. There was a moment where hope did seem like it had come back.
There was, and we can look back into on it. Obviously, we have the replay ready to roll, and I wanted to get the read from you of this, of how much of this was Ex Machina overstepping their bounds.
So Ex Machina are in a very strong position at this point. The TP comes in from both Kenji and Paul, and that's the big thing.
That's
it's
so
disrespecting
unfortunate.
The TP forces half
Also,
of the team away, and then the fight can be played forwards. Good positioning coming out of Brody allows for a very nice front-back fight, and it makes things very hard for the side of Ex Machina to play, because you've already had one or two people pushed away. I think it was the bot lane was last, but they got pushed away. Your jungler has been jumped on by the double TP for disrespect. Sure, you've killed the enemy jungler, but now you're Jax and Urel are in no man's land against 4 people of Paragon. So, hope did start to show. Paragon played it very, very well, and Ex Machina got a little bit too big for them.
Also got a little bit unlucky as I saw the Buster shot basically carrying Fruity Carrots to safety on no health. And we saw Eden try and rectify that mistake. Did not end up working out in his favor. But of course, as the game played out, it was still Ex Machina that had the overall advantage. And we've also coming into a little bit of a treat as well, as Nick Jones, the coach for Ex Machina. We were talking before about the draft revolutionary, talking about his his high-level concepts, such as and including the tempo trap. Obviously, we were talking about tempo traps. We weren't really sure what they meant. Apparently, we have a very simple diagram to explain what's going on here. Break it down for us.
No. No, I'm not breaking this down because I can barely read it.
This is so...
For those
You know what,
curious, we have both just had temporal in our eyes saying, the literature. This is the literature. I refuse to read it.
I can see near the top, Eames 12 full clear. So, I mean, I respect it a lot.
I don't know what the oink is for, though.
This is, hang on. What's the bottom right flank triple temporal? We're gonna have to ask him when we're off broadcast what that means. Tom, you can hear us. I want to know what this means. When we've got a spare moment. Okay, I'm hearing not a clue.
I heard more than
Okay.
that, but for brand safety reasons, I won't repeat what I heard.
Anyway, thank you so much, Jones, for this wonderful indication into what the advanced Ex Machina concept.
There is a phrase for this.
And
It's called Insights into the Mind of a Serial Killer.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but it's very much like the It's Always Sunny with the Charlie Day, like looking at the post-its on the board.
If I never see
feel
that
like that's
again, it'll
similar
be too soon.
Well, let's try to erase that from our brain spaces and instead try and hone in a little bit on one of the key matchups from this game, and you particularly wanted to highlight the bot lane.
I did, and specifically Last had a stellar performance on this Ezreal. We kind of talked about this player at the top of the day. And Ezreal, one of these champions that we saw in one of the clips at the start, 26,000 damage, 7-0-12, had a standout performance from start to finish and was a big factor in why this game went oh so well for Ex Machina. The versatility of Ezreal, combined with the skill of a player like Lasp, has allowed Ex Machina to run away with games in the past, and it seems today is going to be no exception.
Does seem that way. Absolutely. The onus is entirely on Paragon to fight back. Obviously, they will have had side selection. We don't yet know what side they have chosen. Hopefully, production can let us know on that front. But obviously, there's reasons to go either way. Although, looking at game one, I think having counterpick didn't necessarily mean all that much for them. So I think blue
They
side
wouldn't have
in my
had
head,
side
at
select
least.
in game one. They were lower seed.
Yes. No. That's I mean, them having side select this game.
Yeah. I'd imagine going to blue side, honestly. That first pick would be a massive thing to have.
And production has just informed me that there's a technical issue with one of the players. So we are going to throw it to a quick break while we wait for that issue to be resolved. Keep an eye on the chat, though. Obviously, enjoy the music. We'll be back in a few moments with game number 2. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. And as you can see, the team's got a little bit excited, and we have seen a draft go by us, unfortunately. And as was predicted, it is a slightly weird draft order, but it is Paragon on the blue side this game. And yeah, we've got some things. We got some things, Drew.
How has Camille, Oriana, Vayne all made it through?
And how has Ex Machina on the red side got them? Paragon, cooking somewhat with this draft. We'll see what's been going on in that big brain of Rob's. I mean, this is by no means a bad comp from the side of Paragon, but you have given Ex Machina some of their most comfortable champions.
So they actually picked Camille, Oriana 1-2, by the way.
I'm not shocked by that, from what I have learned.
It was Rel into Camille, Oriana into Syndra,
buzzer strategy.
Renekton into Vayne, into Nocturne, into Renata Aphelios, into Bard.
To be fair, I like the Vayne call here because, yeah, in the first three, like, as long as you play it relatively solidly, you should never realistically be getting caught out. Like, Tumble will make it so that you can be a bit tricky, final hour even more so. And as long as you can stay far enough back that Kenji can't easily get onto you either, you're probably okay in spite of your short range.
And while Aphelios is one of these champions that can give you problems later on into the game, this is one of the freest lanes you're going to find as a Vayne. Because Aphelios is no way near matching your damage, nor your mobility, and frankly won't be able to run you down at any point, even with Gravitum, because you're looking at Tumble Condemn. It's going to be a really, really, frankly, free lane for this Vayne to just sit and scale. Problem is, you cannot let the Aphelios start to pick up a lead through roams or ganks, because that's when things get very hard. You do get outranged and you do get out DPS'd in the mid to late game if Aphelios is on red, white, or anything of the sort. Across the rest of the map, we got a pretty standard mid lane matchup. Syndra Oriana doesn't really go one way or the other. It's going to be a skill matchup, but it's Eden on that
Time a dozen.
pick. Top lane, again, Kenji on this Renekton. You're looking at Renekton Camille. Camille does have the edge, of course, the physical damage shield, hook shot, and precision protocol, all making it very easy to just kind of say, nah, 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 nah. And the Ruthless Predator into Cull the Meek, probably going to be the thing to get blocked. So definitely goes in the favor of Ex Machina up there as well. In the jungle,
Ruthless Predator would just cut through the passive shield, though, right?
the empowered one, yes.
Or does it have to be empowered to break
Yeah.
shields? I haven't played Renekton in many years.
Yes, it has to be empowered to break shields. Because it's the third slice that breaks the shield.
Ah.
And then the jungle matchup, again, you're looking at something pretty standard. It's tank versus farming jungler. We saw it last game. We'll see it again this game. Honestly, it's one of these. It's just kind of what we expect from these two teams. It's pixel
Rel is
perfect
kind of.
drafts in isolation for each of these teams.
Yep.
And
I mean,
if it goes anything like last game, Ex Machina just looked better.
beyond the Maokai that we saw last game, Rel has been the other pick that Fruity Characters really, really liked. So they gave him B1 priority, but yeah, they had to give across a lot of very, very comfortable picks to Ex Machina. We'll see if being on the blue side does proffer enough of an advantage for Paragon to bounce back in the series. Of course, this is a best of 5, so they are still capable of losing another game without losing the series, but the pressure you face having to reverse sweep a series, like, that cannot be understated.
Yeah, no, the pressure is immense coming from someone who's been in that position before. It's very, very difficult to kind of have that mental fortitude, especially if the first 2 games are complete whitewashes and you don't really have a way to reset. You don't have sparks of hope. We did see something from Paragon in game 1, though. We did see that they can punish Ex Machina on their mistakes. We just have to see it more. We have to see consistency. We have to see, we can't let Ex Machina just run away with the game and snowball their lanes out like they did last game. If Paragon can find that way coming into this game, then we might be looking at a longer series. But if this game goes like last game did, maybe a quick 3-0 go home, get your dinner, lads.
Where's your focal point then on the side of Paragon? If you're wanting to win this game out,
Mid.
even up the series, we're looking towards Paul.
Rel, Syndra are a very strong duo in terms of the
yes.
amount of CC and damage they can output. But we'll see. It's Orianna.
We will indeed, as we are about to head on to the Rift for game number 2. W and Temporal again standing by. We'll leave it with you guys as we get on into game.
So much for that, Brackish. We are now getting ready, and we will be loading into this game 2 of this best of 5 very, very shortly. After a very dominant performance by Exeter in the first game, but side swap and a very different draft, we'll have to see how much this changes in this game. But thank you everybody for bearing with that little delay, but we're back into the action. Let's get started.
We'd put T1 inside the cup.
T1. Well, maybe we'll have to change it tonight into either Paragon and Exeter, depending on how much.
so someone can mod that, surely.
Somebody sent a message to Riot. Let's get some action in there.
Alright. Should probably be an equal skirmish again, level 1. Could see the way I do this is the Orianna would go to where Nocturne is now. Nocturne holds mid, Orianna can check the bush. That would reveal fruity carrots. Not too big a change, nothing crazy at level 1. Both teams, again, interested in getting their junglers off to a firm start and not being up too much crazy. Interesting, I think, that Eames has gone for the red trinket here on the Nocturne. I'm still kind of a blue or a green enjoyer myself.
Definitely, me as well. Red is just, blue gives you the mobility, green gives you the just bit of extra shield, but red is the damage one, and there's more than enough damage surely coming out for the rest of the side of Exeter, so we'll have to see if he needs it.
I mean, if it blows someone up, that's kind of the point, I guess.
We'll have to get a
Most
quick
interesting here,
scoreboard fix because I don't believe it's going to be a Syndra jungle. Otherwise, that would be very cool. They buffed the brand, they buffed the Zyra jungle. Why not make Syndra jungle? I'm all for that.
I think brand jungle is actually maybe just the best thing on the patch. I don't want to interact with humans. I want to pillar flame them from a screen away. Right, refresh once again. Losing matchup into the Renekton. Camille a little bit harder than the Jax. Generally just gets absolutely eviscerated by the Renekton in lane. No pressure, Kenji.
But we do know Kenji does enjoy his Camille, so just from that side of things, he could pop off for that. We'll see how this different matchup works. Both junglers will be starting leashless in the top side of the map, so they will be clearing down to bot lane. So we might see a bit of a fight around this Scuttle Crab, depending on how the priority works in this mid and bot lane. So that could give us something to look forward to in this game.
Yeah, it's an odd one. I'd expect both these junglers to probably want to go top to either gank or cover for one, but instead both just like going for maximum bloodshed, just heading for this bottom lane. I don't know really why Eames is. Like he's gonna be bopped away from the lane by Lutrax no matter what. So it's just a bit odd. That's alright, but we'll see if they make anything.
Also, something must have happened in bot lane, because is that a Vayne without a flash that I see?
Yeah.
Looks like maybe a
cheeky handshake.
Yeah, well, level 2 must have been, maybe had some kind of play with that, but it did allow Aphelios to get a nice ward, pinging out the Nocturne, so they know exactly where he is, and we'll be able to get a good read on how he moves around the Scuttle Crab, and if there's some kind of contest, especially with the bot lane from Exeter, having to hide under their tower at this point. And that priority should hopefully allow Fruity Carrots to get an easy Scuttle Crab, maybe into a double one.
We'll see. Jungler's just finishing up, and yeah, Exeter's bot lane all the way under. Kind of expect this with the Vayne, not adding a huge amount to the 2v2 right now. Teemo will guide Emi in here, and if this is to be contested, Paragon have got to do it now.
I don't think so. I mean, the Crab's already gone down, and Nocturne just has a slight bit of priority. Actually does take the Bard tunnel behind, and Rel did not pick this up and is moving towards the mid lane. I don't think there's anything to catch up. There, wait, Brown did flash last moment, but we'll have to look mid lane as Eden is getting caught out by the Rel. Both having flash. I think Orianna is being very confident not flashing here, actually. I was very ready for her to flash out of that Rel engage, but you know what? Knew her champion limits better than I do, as Flash is also gone from Lutrix, so I'm guessing Bard might have been able to connect a Flash stun, allowing for more. As another connect to the mid lane.
Still far away though.
Yeah,
Paul
Syndra
just gonna hold his range.
easily getting the stun off. As Kenji's now going in for a big trade, but that hook shot barely connected. Honestly, I felt like Refresh was playing that a bit too close to comfort because of those. If that wouldn't have connected, that's an easy death. No flash on this Camille, right? So definitely playing for some kind of confident pressure, as Eden still having flash up can play very confident against this Rel, knowing that he has that escape. Cool. As Bard getting caught out, tunneled over, first blood going over to Brody there. It seemed that Bard looked for some kind of tunnel, but then just got caught out by the Renata, so you see, and just gives over a free first kill. So yeah, bit of an awkward play, but hey.
Yeah, it happens. It's a bit of a Bard moment, and yeah. Champion very vulnerable if picked out. Will be able to pick up some more meeps on the way to lane, or chimes.
Yeah. There must have been a chime in that ball lane. That's why he went in.
Eames once again hovering around topside, should probably be clearing his camps back down to dragons. He's going to take that reset, or maybe not. He's thinking about it. Double pink ward there, so everyone knows what's going on.
Doesn't have an angle to reach in. Renekton actually hitting level 6 here first here. Will not have the flash available at first. Actually, no, will have the flash, but doesn't decide to use it and actually opts in for the 2v1. However, Renekton getting so much healing. I don't think Nocturne can take this fight. Renekton has a full Fury bar here, and we'll be able to burst down the Nocturne, and we'll follow through, taking a 1v2 outplay against Exeter. This is a different Renekton from last game, and I think Paragon might have taken this game on a bit personal, as a very nasty outplay, hitting the level 6, giving him an easy opportunity to do a just absolutely destroy them.
Huge win in the top side. I don't know if one of those wards is like blocking the other from being seen, or it's on the edge of the bush or something. But Eames knew what was going to happen there, and attacking the Renekton at level 6 when you're still level 4 on the Nocturne with camps up. A little bit of a blunder that Exeter haven't shown in their first game. Paragon will also go and pick up the dragon, so rather reminiscent. This time it's Paragon's top laner who's taken an early stride and lets them get objective stacking across the map.
Yeah, when you're playing champs like Camille and you opt in to not take the flash, if you fall behind like this, it's just such a risky move because you don't exactly have that guaranteed escape. And once Renekton gets his flash back, you could maybe just completely take advantage of the flash.
Don't even need it in this matchup. As long as you catch the Camille hook shot after it lands on the wall, will always rip her back out of it. But Renekton should have complete control here. Just able to do so much more, especially with the Iron Spike whip through already. Which does more than the Sheen, adds to the damage combo. Removes the self-stun that previously was like a consideration for Renekton in this 1 versus 1.
And Nocturne is hovering in this bot lane, but for what reason? He doesn't really have anything to get into this fight and should just be clearing his camps at this point. He needs to get his level 6 to really allow himself to get on this map as much as possible. So
you want the paranoia out. You want your opponents to be thinking about it, even if you're cheerily clearing your camps away. Just adds that extra pressure, that consideration that a fight can or can't be taken with Nocturne nearby.
Definitely. Now, Nocturne will be able to start hitting. Yeah, he has hit the level 6 now, so can hopefully use that a bit more to get on the map, but we'll have to wait and see how he uses this. Flash is available on the Aphelios, so that's going to be a hard target to pick off, but Nocturne hovering right above there. It looks like he will go through, as Vayne will flash condemn using her own flash to get the engage, and honestly, I don't even think you need the Nocturne ulti there. There was so much damage from the Vayne, and, you know, no flash.
Yeah, Lutrix an easy target once condemned up across the wall. Paragon are going to go for the cross map, and without Eames' ultimate.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be much of a contested from Exeter. So it's small wins. Exeter, they're going to close up the gold, but in time, Paragon should be able to earn it back.
Exactly. Nocturne, Eames doing a good job of going for a bit of an evade, picking up the red buff, getting something there, but is it going to be enough to really keep this game state even, as Rel 3 carats has now moved in the top lane, and they might look for this Camille, who will have her hookshot and will not be able to use it as an escape, and will get caught out here, will go down over to the Rel, and now with this Herald, this might be tower if they really decide to commit a lot of damage. They have no teleports available from the Orianna, and once Eden once Refresh respawns, he's going to be caught out. So Herald will be dropped. Won't be able to kill the tower with it since it was dropped a bit too early. But they will guarantee a lot of plates and a lot of gold.
Yeah, Fruity Carrots will lose some of his jungle for this. So that's Exeter's slight cross map there. Slight advantage back over. In that Nocturne will be individually strong in about a minute and a half's time. But for now, Mel, Refresh in this top side, struggling so much more, and it's a bit odd, I think, to have taken the Camille so early into a Renekton player like Kenji. It is Grand Finals after all. Even if you do fancy a little bit of a lane diff, you have to respect your opponents to a degree.
For sure. And it's actually just a complete flip from the top lane last game, so we'll have to see how Kenji can perform on Renekton this time. So yeah. Now one thing interesting to call out here, Orianna is the solo AP threat. I mean, sure, Bard will do a bit of damage, but she is the solo AP threat, but has opted in for going the Mercs here instead of any kind of pen. But you know what? When you have a bit of big CC coming through from the Rel, from the Syndra, this
it's definitely worth it for the Mercs if you feel it.
Yeah.
Sorks do add, you know, a meaningful amount of damage, but if you're dead, there is no real damage. You know, with Rel, Renata having flash coming in over the top, and I
this is
feel
not good.
in the front to back, Renekton's probably going to try and cut the Orianna if all cooldowns are up and everyone's ready. So I like
Rel
that
did
extra
sneak into this bot lane as they
evasion,
use the
power,
Nocturne
and-
ulti. Will come through, however, Rel was there at bot lane waiting for this Nocturne engage, and the Bard ultimate will connect on the two. However, the Orianna will be able to finally get in, but there's just too much AoE ultimates being thrown around, just repositioning everyone as the TP is now coming from the Camille a bit too late. As Renekton's ready, bot lane will get another kill, and Exeter are falling like flies as 2 kills going over to Renekton, and another kill going over to the Aphelios, and ended up getting only 1 kill towards Exeter. Rel did sneak into that bot lane before, and stunned her out of the hookshot, but I think she might still be able to run out of this one. Renekton waiting for cooldowns, and oh gosh, Syndra flashing in with the stun will hit the W and follow through the ultimate, but Nocturne might get a kill there himself as Renekton is now continuing to chase down this Nocturne, but Bard now showing up will not connect the Q stun, and he knows he can't escape. Vayne is now respawned as well, and will trace down this Renekton, but Renekton should be able to get out of that, and Dragon will go over to the side of Paragon.
Yeah, 4 kills in the end. Not bad at all. And you're right, a delayed TP down from Refresh. Just added fuel to the fire that Paragon already set. Brilliant catch in that bottom side. So yeah, these big fights going Paragon's way. Individual lanes as well. Much different to last game. Exeter here. They've got to come together. Most dragon stacking has been broken on the 3rd this season in the 4 nations. We'll have to see.
I'm not sure, as Bard takes the tunnel directly into the Rel, and the rest of Paragon will just take this tunnel to follow through. And unfortunately, there'll be another kill going over to Paragon as it will be donated over to Brody.
Yeah,
Brody,
Team
3-0 on the Aphelios.
Team are going over to Brody, and that is going to be the Mythic coming through. Or is that the Kraken Slayer? I'm having a moment. Maybe the Kraken Slayer to start off for the Aphelios.
Oh,
Yeah, not bad at all. The
get
late
that
game
answer.
carry of the Vayne does take a little bit longer to get going. She's going to want that Storm Razor, and then the rest of the sort of auto-attack crit builds. It's probably going to be the Triforce to follow up. They're still quite far away at this stage. It's hard to stabilize this lane when Rel's been in and out, when your Bard's pretty vulnerable.
Yeah, this Bard pick, you could see what they were thinking with it, right? They would use the Bard tunnels to get over the walls, followed up through the Nocturne ultimate to kind of blind enemy team. And here, exact same situation, sending 3 members strong into the Renekton. With the Hexadeck ultimatum being used, I think that should be an easy kill over, but meanwhile, Eden getting pulled out on the bot side, Bard will actually get the kill through the Ignite, and Eden now running for his own life, and Bard ultimate will do a amazing job of buying time for the Syndra ultimate, as he will still eventually go down, allowing them to get out, going 1 for 1, but a nice shutdown, unfortunately going over to Tima, but
Yeah,
It's
Kenji
gold.
unfortunately falling. Got the empowered W. Maybe would have preferred the empowered Q there instead. Heal up a little bit more, buy more time for his team to arrive. And yeah, Tima's ultimate only delaying the inevitable for Eden, unfortunately. So after all of that, after Exeter committing hard to this top side, they'll still lose the T1, and they still go even on the individual fight overall.
It would have been nice to see that shutdown go over to maybe one of the carries of Exeter, but you know what? Bard can be a carry, right? He can dish out some damage. He's got a lot of potential there. So look at those 3 happy meeps following him behind. He's got his own little one-man army right there. So gotta put the respect in. Now Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. Hopefully we might see a bit of a slowdown here. There should be Herald on the map in a moment, which Paragon is there on the respawn. And they'll be easily picked up.
Exeter dropping in that blue ward. With 2 minutes, there is just enough time here that if you did want to contest something, if you wanted to go for a crazy dive, you've got enough time, not for a summoner spell, but for an ultimate to come back. So a surprise behind the bot lane tower was in order. Roddy saw it coming a mile away and has retreated all the way past his tier 2. Fantastic patience to hold on until Exeter's mid laner reappears. Jungle is still coming down though. Maybe Eames can find this.
Let's see how, because the Renata has now shown up. So Renata and will be kind of hard as they will come onto it. However, Renata will now blow the ultimate, hitting only the Nocturne. Last will do what he can on the side, but we'll get chained up. And look at this, TP coming in, sandwiched by Exeter. However, Bard will be able to not cancel the TP. I guess that's not how that interaction works. And Eden on the backside will get caught out and picked off. Exeter, they are doing what they are trying so hard, but every attempt is just being perfectly countered by Paragon.
Every commit, Paragon comes out 1 ahead, or they go even and convert afterwards. They continue to grow their gold lead, and it's going so much better for them this game. The difference, the jungler able to make the impact, Fruity Carrots not being locked out on a Maokai. Instead, this Rel able to get into fights. Lutrax is able to peel for his AD carry. There's no more of this Alistair nonsense.
For sure. You can see that, you know what, Rel was first picked for a reason in this draft, and it's clearly showing. Fruity Carrots is doing a very dominant performance on this and getting his lanes in all the leads. And yeah, Dragon now up in 35 seconds. I'm expecting a few recalls to come through and then following up. That's
It'll be a pretty tight timer, so Brody's getting back out on the map. Refresh. Just about going to get this tier 1. Oh, wow. As the bounties spawn in. How fortunate. How fortunate.
Was that on purpose, or was he just trying to deny minions? That looked too intentional.
You get a timer beforehand, so it would have been visible on this miniman.
This guy is just too smart. What can we say? Now, one thing I want to call out.
Incredible moves to arrive at the job center like that. Anyway.
One thing I've just noticed, but I don't think it's going to be too much into effect, is that Nocturne did manage to stack up his jungle item first, which will give his smite a bit more damage, but he's on the wrong side of the map to even try and smite away this dragon. So it looks like Exeter will just give up this dragon for free, as Tina has moved behind. So they might look for this fight still. TP coming in from the Syndra. So I think they might just use this opportunity to force the Syndra TP and run away. Actually, never mind. Camille TP coming from the bot side as well, as she will be able to jump out of that fight after burning the Syndra ultimate. Dragon will be reset in a moment as the jungler from Exeter is being chased back out of the space by Renekton. And I don't think Dragon will be going over to anyone just quite yet. The ultimates will be blown from both sides of the team, so...
Still Kenji chasing Eames, can't focus out of mid lane. And I think Paragon happy to just reset and have another go at the objective.
Like I said, Eames has the smite advantage. He could try and ult into the pit here and go for the steal. He will use the paranoia, will jump into the fight, forcing the flash out of the Realm Magnastorm, will CC them up. Eames now in the pit on his own and will go down as Eason got stunned up by the Renata ultimate. And the rest of the team will just leave him behind, saying, you know what, we tried, but there was nothing to do. As the third dragon goes out. And what this is just a 5k gold lead, and this doesn't even look like a fight. There's nothing Exeter can do in this game.
Yeah, it's a tough contest. Normally you're trading objectives for a gold lead by staying out in side lanes, but this game, Paragon, they've got it all. They hold on to the dragon at high health, so that Eames just gets absolutely crushed before any hope of a smite steal. Paragon will reset happy. The Baron's not even spawned yet.
Bard actually going in, but will flash out right away. What is this Bard doing? This is what he's been doing at the laning phase. He tunnels in and just gets himself killed.
Yeah, he's rough. It's
trying,
so rough.
But I don't know. It's
hard. A little too desperate. A little too much.
Just not respecting the Camille reposition every time he comes out, because the Bard ult, you know, when you go into the Bard tunnel, they know where you're coming out from, so there's nothing for them to miss there. And yeah, like you said, Baron not even on the map yet, and that's just going to allow, you know, I would not be surprised if we see a very, very early Baron pickup from Paragon here to just close out this game and quickly move over.
They don't have the greatest damage profile for it. Well, they do have the Leandries, and they do have Brody's fed Aphelios.
Right?
Still,
you're this far ahead. It doesn't matter what.
They haven't got like multiple carries that really deal a lot of bonus damage. So Kenji's just going to get a freebie here.
We'll manage to interrupt the recall there. Camille, not happy about that. We'll delay our base off a bit.
And incredible patience. I'd have absolutely ran. Refreshed down.
But this is what you needed. I mean, this is fine because Kenji has the TP.
Yeah.
The refresh doesn't, so he can easily stay in this bot lane, try and get the attention from Exeter there, and use that to give his team an opportunity to start the Baron. As we see, Nocturne is bot side of the map. If they notice this, that could be an opportunity for them to try and force the Baron here. So we'll have to see how Paragon play around this.
They're definitely going to push those waves in first. Looking at top. I'm going to just give over the gold lead they've accrued by allowing their opponents to farm safely and not farming themselves. Walk in to the Baron River here. We'll invite Exeter to challenge, have a go.
Might be looking for Tima here.
Look
at this speed from the Rel coming in. The tunnel will come through, and he will be able to get out of that one just about. Meanwhile, Renekton is taking the trade on the Camille. Camille just under so much damage threat here. Will get the hook shot. Renekton will try the double shot out of there. Has the stun and the move speed to follow through. Camille will do what she can to try and dodge out, but you know what, even if I'm Nocturne, I don't think I want to take this fight. You have stacked your Druid, but it's not enough as Renekton dashes through, and now Bard's shown up to try and keep his jungler alive. Meanwhile, Baron going over to Paragon. Oh gosh.
3 to bot, and it's too much. It's way too much.
They have to be there soon.
Baron. Paragon surging ahead in this mid game, not slowing down at all. This composition executed so well. They're keeping the main unit of Paul, Vivuzai, Brody, and Lutrax all together. And it's just so hard for Exeter to approach that they'd rather send 3 people to bot to try and catch out Kenji. They can't even manage that.
It's the kind of thing where, like, if you're gonna give up the Baron, sure, move your players down to try and get the shutdown pick on the side lane. But Camille goes in, 30 seconds later Nocturne shows up, 10 seconds later Bard shows up. They're just so out of sync with each other, it feels. That whole game being out of sync is just what's causing these issues. As Nocturne is getting caught out here, we'll be able to use the spell shield to dodge the first bit of CC, but Rel will just pull him back. Renata as well, however, does have the Stride Breaker and the move speed to run out of that one. But unfortunately, the next target might be this Camille, whose Cinch is being pinged. Actually, man. Bard is going through. Will get stunned out of his own tunnel as Aphelios is hitting him with so much range. But no kills going over just yet. As actually, you know what? I spoke too soon. Bard steps up again.
Team is having a bit of a struggle this game. I think just trying to hold those like crazy positions that can just give over unforced errors. Unfortunately, an unforced error itself.
Yes, Nocturne will jump in. The Paranoia will connect to the Aphelios, but Aphelios just has too much spacing. Meanwhile, Lasp has managed to get into the backline. Will manage to get the first kill onto Lutrax, and the time will not be enough as they do what they can to try and commit onto the Aphelios, and the shutdown will go over to the Camille as she is now running for her life. Trading 2 for 1 there, and honestly, when you're this far behind, that's some essential shutdowns going over.
It's a huge win. It's 2 Baron buffs off the map. Exeter very happy with that first big skirmish. They've feasibly won this game, and you can see why Tima was up so far if he was trying to invite that sort of chaos, invite the teleport in from Refresh.
Now here you have to play even more careful. Dragon spawning in 3 seconds, they will have the player advantage now the Nocturnes respawn. However, Camille will just barely get out of that one, maybe. You do see the TP coming behind from the Orianna as the Renekton is trying to overextend to try and get this Camille, but will not manage to get that kill. However, this does mean that Camille is going to have to reset, and that priority they had on the Dragon will no longer be there. Camille TPing to the spot lane wave a bit too soon, but actually, Exeter might still want this as Bard has jumped in very deep. Hex Slash coming over from the Rel into the team fight as Vayne is auto-attacking what she can, and Nocturne will eventually fall. And I think with the dead jungler, that will be an easy soul going over to Paragon.
Should be no Bard ultimate either to try and have sort of a clutch play over the top, so this should be a wipe. Exeter look like they're going to try and get an exit kill anyway.
They're still going for this fight. Dragon will go over, but they're taking the fight instead, but they just don't have the damage or the champions to take this, as Rel is just solo CCing up the entire team, and the Bard is blowing a funny card. But yes, Bard will try to run out of this one. I think he'll be hunted down by the Renata, and Orianna is on the recall. I think Renata will... Ooh, okay, does manage to sneak out there.
3 people barreling down mid.
Does have the
Should be
tunnel,
the
so...
mid inhibitor going.
Okay. Renata not going on the chase, though we'll just delay his recall a bit more, and the inhibitor will eventually fall down. Honestly, if I'm this Bard, I'm just going to try and die as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Nocturne has jumped in, but the problem is, Nocturne just, this is again, he'll dive in, but there's so much damage and CC coming through from Paragon that Orianna's just caught out. Bard! You know what, Bard is just having fun this game, honestly. I think he's just having a great time. He's not even... Oh gosh. I mean, he's still alive, which is surprising, and we'll recall inside the Baron Pit. Might have some meeps to collect.
Nah, he's off on his journeys now. There's no
He's on
recalling.
he's having a magical journey of his own, as the inhibitor has fallen, giving Paragon a nice entry into the base of Exeter. Baron spawning in 2 minutes, but honestly, when they're this far ahead, I don't think they're even gonna need it. And you know what I like? Medjai is poked and picked up by this Syndra. How many stacks is she gonna get? Wait, Bard is still. What is Bard is still on the map?
Maybe
Just
2 more in a second.
4 more. Yeah, if he goes down, we'll get killed. Oh gosh,
Dropped on his head.
he got dunked by a
Timo,
blue buff.
what are you cooking, bro?
Oh gosh. You know what? Maybe this is the long con. I think Bard is trying to. You know what? I saw this yesterday in a guild
Maybe
game.
it's the tempo trap. Maybe
This is the
Bard
tempo
running
trap.
around like crazy is meant to delay Paragon's bases that they took 2 minutes ago.
They're trying to pump up the shutdowns of Paragon to get a better comeback angle. And to see how this game goes over. As 4 members strong of Paragon are top lane and can easily start sieging this. Renekton 7-1, 3 items strong, and is actually engaging with Camille. Camille actually jumping back in there. Camille might be dying on this bot lane. I am just watching this from the minimap as the top lane siege is going over very, very easily.
Oh,
And there we go. It's
Surprise!
dead. I did see some suspicious movement from her on the minimap, as I think Exeter is just... they're not going down without a fight, but they are getting some shots, as 2 members strong will engage onto this Renekton here, and Renekton will now go down over the DPS from the Vayne. Vayne having picked up the Triforce here.
Yeah, it's a prize to be had. Lasp does do damage in that continual fight, but it's kind of hard with the Vayne build that is sort of this sort of big hit at the start, followed up with attack speed through Silver Bolts.
Yep.
You are not shredding like the Ginsu's, so it's hard to get through multiple targets, but you do a lot of damage. We'll have to see if the Exeter can set up a fight onto Brody, but at 11,000 gold, Baron spawning in 5 seconds. Exeter's contest here has to be pretty fantastic.
They will just try. Honestly, when you're this far behind, you just have to send it. Even if you're not going to win, you never know. You're just going to coin flip the fight. And I'm expecting Nocturne to burn the Paranoia and just dive onto the Ophidius here. Well, actually, fight against the Syndra here. Syndra may be out of position, but Nocturne will get blown up. Never mind. And Camille has jumped on and will try to get a kill onto the Rel, but Rel is just too tanky. You're actually not tanky enough. Shutdown going over Camille, giving them a bit more gold. But Syndra, double kill, meaning 8 more stacks, putting her on 24 into this Medjai's. I might see the big 25 by the end of it.
Alright, neither jungler's up, but if Eames does come up with a delayed Baron here, Exeter, their presence has dissuaded Paragon from continuing. There is a chance for a Paranoia steal here. Fruity Carrots is still 20 seconds away.
Yep, 10 seconds on Eames here, and as you said, they do have vision in the pit and no ping cords to deny that. However, I don't know how fast Nocturne is. It's all going to be a matter of Bard can slow down the Baron. I mean, he does have his ultimate, so sure, you can maybe use that to buy some
They
time.
have the vision.
There we
Doesn't
go.
look like
Does
Paranoia
delay
will
it.
quite make it.
Bard by going for himself as he's going for the miracle steal, but will not manage to get it. You know what? That would have been all forgiven if he would have managed to get that steal there, and I respect the attempt. But Baron will go over to Paragon. 12 and a 0.7k gold lead. 4 dragons. This is an Elder in 1 minute 30 if they really just want to have a lot of fun and get the Elder here.
You think
Try and
Paragon
punch
are
it.
just going to go and defeat all the gym leaders? Maybe.
And
Maybe
collecting
if they're
these
confident in
objectives.
their position, no need to force it under the Nexus towers.
Oh,
Yeah,
when you have Syndra with these
preferably-
items, look at this.
Yeah, it's pretty
Death Cap
gnarly.
picked up as well. I don't think there's any hope. Nocturne is on the flank, but Rel will flash engage. Paranoia has been used, but won't be used on engage because Nocturne knows that if he gets into this fight, he is going down. Camille is on the split push, trying to get whatever CS they can before recalling now. As the tower is now the focus, Eden will get chased down by the Renekton as huge single target DPS will come in, and first member of Exeter goes down as the next focus will go on to the Nocturne, who will flash out and just barely survive. However, one tower going down, two towers going down. Kenji will flash onto the Vayne, killing him as well. As the second game will go over to Paragon, making this a 1-1, giving both of these teams a very good opportunity to continue through this game. So,
yeah, dead even after game 2. Paragon bite back and make it look pretty convincing. And I think just the confidence after a cheeky warm-up in game 1, maybe a little bit better for Paragon. Yeah, much improved.
for sure. And, you know, starting off with a dominant game from Exeter, followed by a even more dominant game from Paragon, you know, it seemed like they were a bit unsure in that game 1. Maybe that was their warm-up. They came on this one and were absolutely insane. So, you know what? This is going to give us an even more exciting 3 games as we will go into a short break here, allowing teams to get a reconnect, and we'll be back with you in the desk in a moment. So thank you, everybody, and we'll be back in a moment.
Welcome back, everybody! And Paragon even upped the series with a game that seemed almost as equally dominant to Ex Machina's victory in game number 1, Chica.
Yeah, I'm lost for words at just how quickly the script has been flipped, coming from game 1 to game 2, and well, blue side OP.
Yeah, the flip has been scripted indeed, and there's a number of reasons for that. Starting first and foremost with what occurred in the bottom lane, because from what we have seen, what we relatively know, is you don't necessarily expect Roddy to get an early advantage. And I think, this is just him on top of not respecting Lutrix could be there.
Yeah, and I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm all for an early Aphelios lead. That was not it, Chief. They then try and make a play on the mid lane, it doesn't work. They then look towards top lane. Oh, sorry, no, that was up back. Then you look top lane, and Kenji goes quite aggressive. It is going in their favor, of course. Eames shows
Level 6,
up.
though.
Get the level 6 dominus hits, and it was at this point I was like, wait, this is actually winnable for Kenji. They now split up. Catches onto 1. Camille walks back up, catches onto 2. That sequence of plays is what set in motion the avalanche that was Paragon's game plan.
Yeah, the one lane that hadn't been influenced in particular by that specific passage of play, mid lane, the advantages bot and top had leveraged got turned into mid lane advantages when Paul starts popping off on the Syndra.
Yeah, you just start moving Paul around with the facilitators of Paragon, and this Syndra's inevitably going to be useful. It's going to happen. I think
A few minutes later,
I was going to say, nothing says that quite as well as this second replay. First big team fight of the game. We don't normally expect them to happen this early, but 10 minutes into the game,
yeah.
roughly.
I feel like Kenji's just like TP thing, like the finger he uses to press TP was just like,
Itching.
yeah. It's like, just give me 10 minutes. Just give me 10 minutes. Let me influence bot lane.
There it goes. So we see the engage come through, and it looks really bad for Paragon. This fight looks like it could go Ex Machina's way. Then the TPs come in, and you see Kenji arrives on the wave and forces everybody to split. Kills off 2 on one side, while Brody and the rest of the squad can run up towards the bot side. And that's really the first big fight that we see. And the only person who gets out alive is Eames.
Not for lack of trying from Kenji.
Yeah, not for
Of
lack
course,
of
on the
trying.
backside of that. On the backside of that, we do see Paul dying after flashing in very aggressively to get the unleashed power. But all in all, a price more than worth paying just to keep pushing and really stomping down onto Ex Machina. And
4 dragons, 2 heralds, and I think 2 barons. All went to the side of
That's-
Paragon that game.
the thing is, that's a surprisingly close approximation of game 1. We saw full stacked dragons for the side of Ex Machina. We saw Ex Machina pick up at least 1 baron. I can't remember if it was 2, but they definitely picked up at least the 1. And yeah, you alluded to it earlier that maybe this is just a blue side OP kind of situation forming in this series. And with Ex Machina having just lost, presumably that means they're going back onto blue side for game number 3. If that continues to be true, then inevitably we go to 5 games with Ex Machina winning 3-2.
That is how logic would dictate, yes. But there is one player that I really, really want to highlight from this game, and that is Kenji. Had a very,
else?
very rough game 1 on that Renekton, but bit back hard. A double kill in a 1v2 top lane into the bot lane team by influencing the map left, right, and center. A real pressure point on this Renekton. 11, 2, and 6 with 33,000 damage. Pairing up beautifully with Brody as a carry in this game.
Yeah, the game 2 glow up from Kenji was really something to witness. And I am now less apprehensive about seeing further Renekton games in this series. I don't think Ex Machina really necessarily need to consider banning it. But, this is now needs to be something in the back of their minds. Like, okay, well, Kenji has just shown something that, we know that Refresh loves his Camille. And Kenji's just showed, okay, well, you've got your Camille. I'm going to make it not look any kind of useful. Now what?
Might I remind, this was a Camille Oriana 1-2. And they just didn't look good.
No. It seems like in a game, in this series thus far, it has been, once the train departs the station, the other team finds it really, really difficult to slam the brakes on the game.
They blinded all 3 of their carries on our 1-2-3.
Yeah.
Do you know how insane that is? To be blinding main carries on red side? When really your only 2 blind picks should be R2 and R4? It's insane.
And we see that Paragon was able to punish that very, very well. So, now back onto the red side themselves. Are we expecting any particularly major draft adaptations coming through? See, now the sides are switched back, now that the series is even back up. Or do you think that both the teams are still kind of set in how they want to play this out?
I reckon we're going to see another pixel perfect isolated comp for both of these teams. We've seen it 2 games in a row. It's worked one way each for both of them.
Yeah.
I don't see it changing.
Well, we'll of course be waiting on a Game 3 draft to find that one out. Is there anywhere else that you want to shout out? I mean, obviously, the bot lane not going as we expected is worth noting, and Brody had a really, really good game on that Aphelios.
Well, I was concerned. Aphelios doesn't really like that lane that much. It's quite uninteractive, and you do take a little bit longer to scale it into the game. But First Blood really helped accelerate it, and it was just putting the boot in again and again and again, coming out so much further ahead. Hadn't really had any right to on this Aphelios, but in general, I think the entirety of Paragon had a massive blow up in this game. Everybody was doing their bit. Everybody was finding ways to be useful, and it really was as if we just put a mirror up against game 1 and said, "Okay, tell me the difference."
And particularly the Vayne was something that you wouldn't necessarily think about it all that much. Obviously, it's a champion that wants to scale up into the game, but as a very short-range marksman who needs to scale into the game, if you fall behind early, that sets your timer back by so much, because if the enemy lane can push into you with relative impunity, and if you need to step up to farm, then they can poke you. And they can keep you on notice, basically, throughout the entire lane.
Vayne wasn't really behind for a lot of the game. She was 2-1 while Brody was 2-0. She wasn't really struggling in any major way to, find the gold, find the XP. It just was everywhere else on the map was so far behind. This Vayne finds it so hard to play these fights. She wasn't behind for a majority of the game, but the rest of the team really, really was. Shows how important it is to an AD carry to have a team around them. You could be 10-1, and 9 times out of 10, you're gonna find yourself struggling to then carry a game if the rest of the map is 1-10 mark. So
yeah, especially on a Vayne that obviously needs to have close support, specifically when you're trying to play out these fights. The peel, the peel options were there in the team composition, but with Timotopper having that weaker performance in this game on the Bard, it meant that Lasper, wasn't able to necessarily find the positions he wanted to be able to try and claw back some of the deficit they found themselves in this game. And through that, Paragon able to push it through, able to gain that very, very strong victory. I've just been told that going through the latter stages of the prep for the game, there will be a few more minutes. In the meantime, have a check in with production if we want to give us a quick break. In the meantime, I'm kind of running out of things to talk about.
Yeah, I'm.
Alright, production has given me the okay on that. So rather than boring you with us telling stories of how our day is going, I guess. By the way, Hail of Blades Elise, not terrible. Yeah, I'm not going to try and say it's OP. It's decent fun. Give it a try. But we'll be back after a little break. Wow, she was really. Welcome back, and we will be getting into Game 3 draft very, very shortly. And to confirm that Ex Machina are indeed back onto the blue side for this game number 3. And, I mean, we briefly alluded before that little break what that is likely to entail. And is there anything in the ban phase that you think might skip through that might not otherwise have?
Unlikely. Honestly. I think a lot of it, so, you know, the Evelyns, the Lee Sins, that kind of thing, they kind of just have to go.
Yeah, I mean, we already see Paul's Jace is gone.
Apparently, Kenji's Camille is gone.
I guess that's just they don't want to pick Camille in first rotation themselves, so
Evelyn
try and take that one
and
away.
Lee Sin got through.
Yeah. That's an EAM special, and yeah, of course they're gonna snap that right up. What was the response, however?
Yeah.
That's we talked about an EAM special. That's a Fruity Carrot special, and we've been talking about him as playing Maokai and Rel. But this guy's got some mechanics.
We're throwing all caution to the wind in this game, apparently.
It's time to brawl. It's time to Barney, and it's the Ashe Tristana that will be locked in for Ex Machina. I'm fine with double lady carry, especially when you've got an Evelyn. Your damage profile is A-okay.
This. Dubby,
Yeah.
Temporal, I give you my energy. What little I have left, ready for this
We need
game.
Spirit Bomb it.
Yeah, we're just gonna give you our energy because this is gonna be one bloody game, if I've ever seen one. Evelyn, Lee Sin, you've got them on their one trick.
Roddy going towards the Zaya. Rakan is still available, so we could see the Lovers Duo near the end. I think Ex Machina would be wise to deny that one. Of course, Rakan has a fairly good time laning alongside an Ashe as well. The
Honestly,
chase down of those two is pretty nasty.
The smart thing to do would have been lock Rakan because they can't take Zaya. They've got Ashe Tristana already.
True. Instead, Lutrix going to go towards the Nautilus as this final pick of the draft. And I mean, had they locked the Rakan, then there's always, you know, the return Nautilus, which is Lovers Duo worth it into a Nautilus Ashe lane?
Yes. But the sole fact of the Lovers Duo has some of the easiest pressure for free.
That is
This
true.
lane is so strong at forcing you to play a different state than you want because of how they interact. You can't really afford to give them away, especially that late into a draft where you pair up a Rakan with like Syndra, a Gwen, and a Lee Sin, and you're running from the game laughing.
Looking elsewhere on the map, then, we've got the Gwen versus Fiora top lane. Obviously, in the UKAL, when I see a Fiora, I immediately think Verzik Esports top laner Lars. 4 games, 4 wins in the regular season. And I believe he got no more Fiora games after that.
But it took a while for teams to learn.
Yeah, we even made a whole meme format about it. Thanks, Goldie. But more specifically, looking in towards this specific matchup, Refresh, I would say that the Fiora fits to his wheelhouse. We were talking like the Aurelia, the Camille. It's not exactly the same, but it is certainly a carry in the top lane. How do you feel about this matchup with the Gwen?
It's not awful, but it's not great. You don't get a free lane out of it.
Yeah, you don't get any free stuns, because Gwen doesn't have one.
And you're going to get traded on quite hard unless you're constantly hitting vitals. You're constantly getting grasp procs. Because Gwen isn't going to take that grasp. So you do need to take these shorter trades where you just proc a vital, get a grasp proc, and leave again. But you're not really under kill threat because you can riposte a good bit of Gwen's damage. If you can riposte that center of snip or the needlework, you're actually quite happy with how it's going. I think we're going to see a good bit of jungle attention towards this top lane though. Mid lane's going to be hard. Lee Sin and Syndra are very strong. If Syndra can land these scatter with Dark Sphere, stun, Lee Sin gets a pretty free time. Same with bot lane, hook, Lee Sin gets a pretty free time. Problem is, yanking Ashe as anything that is melee sucks.
Yeah, no kidding.
Even with so many dashes.
Outside of that, then, I'm looking towards this mid lane because I feel like that's gonna allow Fruity Carrots to do a lot. How do you rate this mid lane matchup? Who has the early lane push? Who has the prior in that respect? Because if it's what point does Syndra get it? Because is there a point where Fruity Carrots could really put the hurt in towards Eames here? Because of course Evelyn's not the very strongest of the early game characters.
You can start to contest it at chapter because you get that little bit of AP in your belt, you get a little bit of mana in your belt. You can then start to contest it. Really looking at 40 stacks of Transcendence. Actually, the math in my head.
So longer than it would take for Fruity Carrots to reasonably be heavily invading early game.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at like a pretty hard mid-jungle 2v2 post 6 because of Evelyn and Buster Shot. It makes Lee Sin's job really, really difficult. It does lead to some anti-synergy, though. If you Buster Shot someone out of the last caress,
then Eames is probably going to spam ping you and just be like, time to find my mid laner.
But pre-6, I mean, Lee Sin's power, you're looking at having push bot lane. You're looking at like being able to at least trade health for push mid lane. You're looking at trading health for push top lane. You can look for these invades if you really want. The best way to do it is bot lane. Because otherwise you're expecting your solo laners to trade health to get prio to then move to you. So they're coming to you at half health already. But if we know anything about Fruity Carrots Lee Sin from sources.
Yes, sources.
Sources are trust the montage, bro.
I mean,
it's very aggressive. Going to be very aggressive game.
If we see him at his best, which is to say, the montage we were shown level, then X not going to need to be worried.
Yeah.
Ashe is not a mobile character. If you get kicked, you are going to take like a dredge line or a depth charge or just a Nautilus. There is enough CC on this Paragon roster.
Scatter.
You are going to die if you take a kick and you don't like immediately flash to not get kicked directly back into Paragon.
Even then, that's really, really hard to time because the second the kick animation starts, your stun not locked in place. You actually get a very, very small stun before the kick goes through to knock you into the team. So you have to read what Fruity Carrots wants to do and flash the frame before the kick's animation starts.
Well, that's not going to happen. We all know League players can't read.
Exactly. You have to flash the frame before the kick goes off so you're kicked elsewhere. And that way, you've blown Lee Sin ultimate so you can carry on playing the fight. You've probably blown the flash for him to get behind you unless you're just completely and utterly mispositioned. It's going to be a hard game for Ex Machina to really do anything if Fruity Carrots can get that lead. But on the flip side, if Eames gets the lead, it's a similar story for Paragon. This is a story of junglers. I, for one, am very, very excited to find out which of these early game junglers are really going to make the difference.
What happens if they go even though? Do we all just like?
Then it's no longer a game of junglers.
Yeah.
It turns from, think of it like a chess match. What happens when both the queens are dead?
You go into the end game, and well, actually, that's not necessarily true. Depends on the perk. Like, honestly,
you're looking
I trade
to
off
move a pawn to become the queen. You're looking to send somebody else to the podium of power. If these two junglers go even, you're looking to ascend Xayah. You're looking to ascend Tristana. One of these AD carries has to then take that pride of place on the pedestal and say, this is me now. I'm carrying this game, you're playing for me. Because past like 15 minutes, if these two junglers are even and Evelyn hasn't started a snowball and Lee Sin hasn't started a snowball, they're turning into supportive carries. They're not turning into main carries.
I'm going to be interested to see how Paragon in particular play this out, because in most of their games, Fruity Carrots is meant to be the enabler, and in this game, he is the one that is most wanting to be enabled by his teammates.
And that actually works out quite well with the draft they've got. You've got Scatter Dark Sphere
Yeah.
from Paul. You've got Blade Caller plus the entirety of Nautilus's kit from Brody and Lutrax. Only lane you can't influence easily is this top lane. And you're happy to leave Gwen Fiora on an island. Kenji has already proven that he is more than happy to go without any attention the majority of the game. And on the flip side, you're looking at not really having a huge amount of setup in 2 lanes for Ex Machina. So Paragon definitely coming in with the edge off.
Well, we are going to leave it on the Rift as we get on into the 3rd game of tonight. Winner goes to match point, gets 1 step away from that Div 2 title and the bragging rights thus entwined within. We are going to throw it back across, however, to W and Temporal. Let's get game 3 a-rolling.
Thank you for that. And yes, we are ready for this game 3. And let's get right into this with an even more exciting draft. I feel like these drafts are just getting more and more exciting as these games continue. As these jungle matchups, this is going to be something great to follow. What do you think about it?
Yeah, it's something a bit more classic, you know. We don't really see Lee Sin like too frequently in competitive anymore. He's still present. Evelyn we see rarely ever. And it's absolutely nuts that we get both here. Both junglers are pretty high elo and picking the champions. During draft, I was shown a Fruity Carrots Lee Sin montage, and I hope
me
you
too,
could live up to your highlight reel, Mr. Carrots, because that was a bit special.
Yeah, definitely an interesting pick, because as far as I remember, it wasn't banned in any of these games too, right? So it was kind of just something that ready to be whipped out as a secret game 3 pick. And,
yeah, it does sort of make you a bit weaker to stuff that's a bit more traditional, but when there's an Evelyn Blue one, why not? Just snap it back and try and go for that 1v1 outplay.
Exactly. Though, I'll only personally say I have seen Eames play the Evelyn before, and I'll be honest, I wasn't too impressed by it. There was a lot of hype put onto the pick, and it worked, but it just wasn't the
It didn't live up
hype
to like that
of this
massive
Evelyn.
expectation.
Exactly. So maybe in this game it'll live up a bit more in this kind of like more solo queue style jungle matchup with Evelyn versus Lee Sin. We'll have to wait and see. There has been a slight pause at the start of this game, which is why we're not in right away.
That's why my hand is over the cast and start game button, but I haven't actually pushed it yet.
We'll get into there very, very soon for you guys.
Yeah, it's okay. Actually, never mind. Change of plan. Everyone at home, go put the kettle on. We'll see you back in a few minutes. We're gonna hit a quick break.
Went from a boy to a man, ayy. Every day been making plans, ayy. They don't really understand, ayy. Gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam, yeah. Only worried about the fans, yeah. I won't compromise the brand, yeah. I've been saving up the bands, whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spend money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Sorry for that delay, but it seems like we are having player-side technical issues. Client-side, EOS side, computer side, just lots going on tonight. And unfortunately, we've had to lay things out.
It wouldn't be EU best without like a few like end of season technical issues. So we're just taking it slow, taking it nice and easy.
Yeah, we'll be getting into this game very, very soon, and we'll get you guys caught up to date. But now, what was happening? Where were we at? This was the jungle game, right? This was the hype jungle game.
Lee Sin. We got Eames versus Fruity Carrots, two high elo jungle players from EU West, and of course some special refresh Fiora for us. Plenty to be excited about.
Now, first things first, let's get a quick look at this thing. So it's been blue side domination 2 games in a row. So
Yeah,
we'll
2 games in a row.
Yeah, sorry. From that thing, it just means that-
like you're right. The team on blue side, both games in series. What I was going to add was that both of them played like a more standard composition. Played something we might see at bigger tournaments. Something that isn't. Oh, as Lutrax gets over with the Hex Flash.
Oh, but not quite enough. His team does level up the dash himself and is able to flash over, but that was a good start. Right into the action.
It was a good start. Hex Flash for Flash, very worth it. Yeah, so far the team that's played a little more standard, a little more stand up straight, has come out on top. Oddly enough, I'd argue that's Paragon this game, even though they're on the red side. So we'll have to see whether it's chaotic team compositions or just the blue side itself that has the power in this series.
Now, I'm going to be keeping a very, very close eye onto these junglers here. I'm just ready for some kind of spicy Lee Sin moves. Anything goes. And, I think you mentioned a bit about that montage video, right?
Yeah. Did you watch it as well?
I did peek in, and he did. This guy, I think he knows what he's doing. Like, I think he might have played this channel before.
He's fruity. He's fruity for sure. Bit disappointed that neither. Oh, actually, tell a lie. Yeah, no, neither team got any sort of exploratory vision onto the other jungler. There is a ward waiting to see if Fruity Carrots pops up at that south side red buff, but nothing else. So just a little bit of safety. So neither jungler really knowing where the other is. With Kenji coming into lane with dropping a bit of mana, you'd presume the Lee Sin's top side, but that's all the information that's out on the map. And a quick pause this time, we promise.
Yeah. The one thing that Fruity Carrots will know is where Evelyn isn't, right? And with the Lord of the Red buff, they will know that Evelyn is very likely topside. So, don't know exactly where, but it gives them enough of an idea. However, Exeter will be the team in the blind of where this Lee Sin has started. Man.
Interesting pattern in bot has Ashe pushed under from Xayah. It will allow an easy level 2, no contest, just some vision, the prize for Paragon. Can still spot Eve with those green wards. Oh wow, they're not even green wards anymore, are they? Yellow wards.
Green wards? What was that?
Bit of boomer credentials there. Like, in my mind, they're still green.
Bring back the time when supports didn't have items because they had to pay so much money on wards. Now we do see that heavy trading.
Let's just boot some wards, bro. That's all you needed. Oh, Eden. Okay, that's a reasonable response to the scatter going through. Just allows a little bit of a continued trade. Goes even in mid. What you do look for in the Syndra Tristana matchup is trying to clip the Tristana at the same time as the caster minions. Allows Paul on this Syndra to try and push back in and give himself slightly an easier time.
Now here, both junglers will be finishing their last camp of this first full clear, and will both be moving towards this Skull Crab. And unlike last game, we did see that one bot lane was shoved in very deep. But actually, you know what? Never mind. Evelyn bouncing straight up. And look at this trade in the mid lane.
Yeah,
gosh.
That's the sort of struggle you see quite frequently. The Syndra, as soon as you cast a Q out on the wave, your scatter becomes more conditional. Things get a bit harder, and it takes you longer to respond with longer rotations than the Tristana. If you just right-click heads, can't focus. Eames here, move back up to the top side, so avoiding Fruity Carrots. But surely the call should be this Lee Sin's around mid. Looks like Exeter are well aware, just keeping their distance, staying off the map for now.
Yeah, this is the kind of game where, again, I think these junglers might just want to farm up to level 6 first. I mean, Evelyn getting herself just means she has so much more opportunity. But also Lee Sin, once he has his kick, he can make a lot of plays, and since he knows what he's doing, I could imagine Lee Sin making a few picks around this, like, you know, Ashe, because Ashe doesn't exactly have any kind of dashes abilities or whatever, so if they can blow the flash, it should be an easy pickings for this Lee Sin to play around.
Yeah, it's definitely the easiest pre-6. I think if you want to influence the Fiora, if you want to get in behind the Tristana, they do have a few too many options just to be able to leave or parry in the pre-6, and it just reduces the efficacy down. They're quite resilient laners. And then once that level 6 comes through, you can match the rocket jump with the Dragon's Rage. Just offer that little bit extra. Completely even Stevens in top for now.
Do love how aggressive this Tristana is playing, you know, very low on the health, but just recognizes Syndra with no mana isn't that much of a threat, so can just stay and take that damage. We'll be able to push in this wave in here, and I'm guessing Syndra TP will follow through quite quickly.
Yeah, should still be even for now, but the first summon a spell forced from Paul.
At least I did try to sneak into this mid lane, but I don't think he's going to be able to do much more unless he flashes in. No. Easy sidestep.
I thought maybe the W flash Q, point blank range. Fruity Carrot's still level 4 though, so it would be a bit of a risk. He might have no mana, but still level 6 with all the HP, armor, and magic resist that brings.
And with this, we do see Evelyn moving around and maybe starting up this dragon here, because they does have the priority in this bot lane. And with seeing the Lee Sin moving in that rotation, it can be a pretty easy pickings. Yep, there we go. We'll start off that dragon. We'll have to see how Lee Sin moves. Tristana did get the TP in as well, so everybody is there. But top lane trading quite heavily, and the check back on
solo
that.
kill there. Yep, there we go. Kenji not able to hold up the ignite. The minions not quite enough.
However, Rakan doing a great job flashing out of the Syndra stun, going back at. Meanwhile, Fruity Carrot stealing the dragon. Syndra will go down, but so will the Evelyn, as both junglers are dead, leaving this at a 3v3. But started off with an amazing steal from the Lee Sin, who will queue back in, getting some insane AoE damage.
He's going to keep going, isn't he? Fruity Carrots shoving Exeter out of this river and taking the dragon as well. It's so risky. I can see why why Can't Focus went for the dragon there on the Evelyn. It's a huge risk. You get a lot of isolated experience when none of your camps are up, which allows you to keep scaling and growing, but it takes a long time to solo that dragon out, and it does so much current percent health damage that you're never healthy after starting the dragon for a little while. It's just so easy for Fruity Carrots to swoop in, take down Eames, the rest of Paragon, get a small gold lead, and most importantly, with these exciting carries, that Infernal Dragon.
For sure. However, the solo kill is not to be looked over in this top lane. I think this gives a lot of opportunity for this Fiora to get a bit of priority. It looked like the Gwen actually hitting level 6 first took on the trade. The Fiora just barely hit level 6, but I don't think she actually used her ultimate even. So was able to use
riposte on the full snip from Kenji, so 4 empowered stacks. But it was a complete reversal, exposed a vital, and with that, Refresh was just able to go forwards. 2 or 3 kills in this lane will break it. We're not so worried for now. Kenji has not gone towards the Leeching Leer first, so will not sort of have that dearth, that lack of core stats that comes with the item. Instead,
here it is. Eames is at level 6, so was able to stealth all the way up until now. We'll be moving onto this tower, and we'll come with the Flash Charm onto the... Oh gosh, came in with the Flash Charm onto the Gwen, but Gwen just too tanky. And Refresh tanking up this tower just meant that there was nothing to do there, and I think Eames is in danger here. Will get stunned up. Lee Sin will be there to show up and might just come in for the Whiplash assist.
Yeah, Paragon read that like a book. Kenji, resilient under the tower, stayed alive through the Flash Charm. Just a little too much, and with that blasting one, that is directly a result of Kenji going for this blasting one that he had in inventory at the time, rather than something like
this Ashe ult setting up might go towards the Syndra here. I don't think it will connect. Oh, just barely misses. That would have been beauty. That would have been a beauty.
Yeah, that was a lot closer. I saw it fly up. I was like, ah, it's not going to get the herald. Ah, it's going to miss. Oh, it's not going to miss the lane. Paragon. Go coast to coast on the objectives. 9-minute Rift Herald. Not bad, not bad.
Now,
Just
maybe
they'll be able to set up for this mountain with that. They'll be able to take it back out into the map.
Khan will go for a try to engage. They do recognize that they are 1v2, but Xayah is a bit too safe here in play in the tower shot, like you said.
Yeah,
to
it's so like early season. This autumn we saw like the Xayah was the counter to the Rakan. Everyone with first rotation Rakan pick the Xayah and say, hey, you can't play in this zone, means the Rakan has to leave lane, which, you know, he kind of enjoys. But at the same time, Paragon here using that to its maximum in this bottom lane and allowing Brody to stay ahead even though he was isolated.
What are these top laners doing here? Playing a bit of a game of a
top
chicken.
Top lane action, Dubby. You love staring at each other, trying to psych each other
there
out.
you go. Looks like Fiora lost the game of chicken and left the bush first.
Alright, let's see if Kenji freezes or all-ins.
Does
Reveals
neither.
himself. Bad luck on the Vital will cost him that.
Those top laners just doing their top lane thing here. And yeah, these past two games have been very top lane favored, but this one a bit more even.
Eve is coming up again.
Oh, the last dive didn't work out.
Oh, this feels a bit much.
Yeah, this last dive did not work out too well, and I think Gwen did spot out the Eve before, so is fully ready for it. We'll have to see how it plays. Eden actually showing up now as well. And Fiora will be going in first. They do manage to reset the tower here. No, they don't actually ace it well, taking so much damage and might die to the Ignite. No, will not manage to do. However, Evelyn taking way too much tower damage will have the ultimate to reset the aggro. And not the cleanest dive, but it worked out. However,
EXE will take it. Paragon respond with the Rift Herald in mid. They'll get some plates. Can't help but think if Kenji put his last ultimate across the minion wave there, he might have lived. And, I'd have to check the replay for that one.
Still, the Exeter, they had the plan. They wanted to get this Force in the top lane, and it did work out in the end, but they traded off a lot of play gold in this mid lane towards the Syndra, so might backfire. We'll have to see as Paragon do start up the second dragon up again.
Yep, if we're gonna use this tempo trap nomenclature, the resets coming through from refresh, from last, just mean they're not able to attend this objective. They're not able to be in here. Tima is gonna try for some Steven action. Won't be able to use his support skills to steal the dragon.
Yeah, so a bit of a not as, you know, the gold is here. They're both about even, kills are even, but Paragon managing to take.
This is the closest game this series by far.
Definitely, but objectives is leaning towards Paragon, so gold-wise, sure, it's even, but when you think about the long-term objectives, Paragon will have that slight advantage, as we do... I didn't actually quite catch what map it is. I believe it's a cloud map again.
Checked the gold value of the new dragons after they got nerfed. It's it might be 500 gold, might be pretty reasonable, bearing in mind that the Rift Herald went over as well. So that's yeah, it's not too bad. I think both of these top laners, after the way game 1 and 2 went with one absolute, well, you know, game 1.
They don't want to risk it.
Nell just like
Meanwhile,
hello
coming through from this Nautilus onto the unsuspecting Ashe, and she will go down through the Xayah ultimate. However, Rakan is now able to just in. Evelyn is here, but it's not quite enough damage. She does not have the... Well, she does have her ultimate, but can't quite get in range. She's too scared of these feathers. Second hook coming through from Nautilus as the feathers pull back on the Evelyn is doing huge damage. Does use her ultimate, but there's no execute threshold there. Trying to get the TP in as a flash from 3 carrots will cancel the TP, and unfortunately, TPing and vision like that cannot be done. But Eden has snuck into the spot lane now. Might try something.
Excellent kick flash from Fruity Carrots. Oh, the Ash Arrow just cancel!
Cancels their recalls and allows this Tristana to get a double kill, but the tower's too strong and will get another kill. Okay, this is a Fiesta game and I love it. You know, when we saw these junglers, it's honestly what I expected. And it came for... But Tristana getting her kills there is what you want to see here. She is their snowball carry, and it's only a bit of a concern because, I mean, Evelyn isn't showing too strong here, and being the solo AP carry, we could see some heavy armor itemization on the side of Paragon to shut down all of these AD champions on Exeter, and if Evelyn can't get damage stacked up, this will cause problems.
Yeah, it's a jungler that wants to snowball, wants to be tricky, make your opponent fear it. If I was playing the Evelyn in this game, I'd be looking to counter gank the Lee Sin, and I think it's fair to say Eames hasn't shown up behind Fruity Carrots to, like, get him in an exposed position where he's used skills, where he's overextended, where he's flashed. And instead has more like tried to get onto Gwen because technically she's the most vulnerable laner, but still on her own in the 2v1. The Gwen has resisted the first dive and took a lot of tools to take down in the second. So if I am to critique it, I think Can't Focus does probably need to just try and get behind Lee Sin, but now with his Gore Drinker, maybe it's a little too late.
This Lee Sin very tanky with the Gore Drinker, not only giving him a lot of health, but just some good healing. And the added haste will give him an opportunity to move around this map. And
yeah, just the damage. It's the same as the Renekton. The Ashe goes wide here.
Lee Sin is looking to go in here. We'll connect the Q onto the Ashe, but however, the instant charm from the Rakan will stop him from going through. Evelyn being able to ult out will do a very good job. I saw it too, right? You saw it.
Yeah, you saw the montage line, you saw the music start, the Fruity Carrots line in was pretty strong there. And it forces Exeter back underneath their own tier 1 tower, while Eden is pushing up a Storm on this side lane, becoming strong individually, getting that tier 1 tower. It allows the second Rift Herald Shirley over to PRG. Lutrax once again will pick that one up and move it around the map on his roams. I think Paragon having a great time so far despite a small gold deficit. They are in control of this mid game.
For sure, but we'll have to give it time because it's Tristana. If she's given too much time on this side lane to farm up, she will become an absolute insane carry, especially when she gets more levels for her range to just be able to strongly outrange
even at this stage, we're looking at like clutch Scatter the Leaks and Dragon's Rages to find her. She outranges so much of what Paragon wants to do. I think even getting a depth charge on would be quite difficult at this stage for the Nautilus.
Yeah. And another tower going over top side, as Exeter is doing a good job keeping the pressure on the side lanes. I'm not really seeing Paragon defend this too well today.
Yeah, 2-0. So that's where a meaningful amount of the gold lead is coming from, really.
Actually,
despite 2 Rift Heralds,
Fiora
not pushing in lanes to crack towers.
Actually managed to pick up 2 towers here on a very nice push. Yeah, Gwen was sent down to the bot lane to match the Tristana, but no one moved up to match Fiora. And Fiora will just keep up the push here. Dragon spawning. Honestly, Paragon can just pick this up for free, and Exeter might be happy to give it up, knowing that they're trading a very nice amount of gold.
Yeah, T2 towers, doing that extra isolation gold as well. That bit of a bigger prize. Dragon goes over. Might be room for a pick on mid. The wave is under the tower, so probably should slow down.
Nautilus will go for a hook, and Lee Sin sneaking behind the Ashe will knock her into the team. There's the montage. However, Ashe not dead yet, is able to do a lot of damage back onto Lee Sin, and Lee Sin is dead. Evelyn showing up, and Tristana here now too, doing insane damage. Double kill over to the Evelyn, and Tristana will jump out.
Oh my goodness.
Barely surviving.
Eden on a sliver of health, lasped as well. I think only healing.
On the ward, Gwen knows they're here. A bit of a greedy recall on the ward. Nautilus flash hook! What was that? Just the flash stun from the Syndra doesn't connect. And now the TP coming through from the Fiora will follow through. We'll pick up 1 kill there, and I think this is the 2nd kill for free. Tristana jumping up so confidently. Okay.
Paragon. Just a little greedy after an initial loss. They get Kenjian down the side. A little too confident in their sneak tactics.
How did Last not die?
Exeter grow to a 5,000 gold lead.
Pretty Cards did a fantastic job getting behind the Ashe there, but she didn't die.
Quite take her down. Props to Team Atopa on this Rakan. I believe it was just his Q that kept her alive, just about at the bottom of the health bar. Real close. Brody unable to line up the feathers.
Yeah.
Pull them back immediately after the execute style ultimate.
There will be a stable 5k gold lead towards Exeter, but Dragons are heavily favored towards Paragon, which does mean that they can give up a few of these Dragons and just buy some time for them to farm up in gold themselves. Also with Cloud Dragons, not the most powerful to stack up.
Not directly in combat, so I think it gives Fruity Carrots and Kenji like such movement options there. And against stuff like the Tristana, like the Ashe, can't really be understated how strong that is. I'd probably continue to push through if I was Paragon. Their confidence in the 5v5 fight now reduced, so maybe you're right. Maybe they invite a Dragon start and try not to give Eames some more stacks. It's Evelyn picking up her first takedowns of the game.
I've got the Magi's now as
getting out on the map.
It's going for the full snowball. Now this is the
Oh,
Evelyn
they
right
have
here.
no idea. They have
Look at this
no
movement.
idea that she's there.
This is great. They can definitely look for some kind of catch here. Nautilus will pull the open on the Ashe. Ashe forced to flash away from the Lee Sin, as Lee Sin will pick the Rakan into the team, but this Rakan is just peeling so perfectly well. Quen coming in with a TP, but just not able to follow through, as the rest of Exeter can run out of here for safety.
Yeah, fantastic flank there. Eames found exactly what every Evelyn main wants. A route through to behind your enemies. They rip blue tracks to shreds, taking this tier 2 down, nearly down. They've abandoned mid once again though, so it looks like Paragon getting a little desperate. They are not sure where their lane assignments want to be. They're bleeding infrastructure to this Fiora and Tristana.
Yeah, funny, all these side lane towers just giving such, 6k about now, and I would not be surprised if half that gold just comes from towers alone. As Paragon, they have gold on the map, they have all these towers to take, mid and top being very low. But, yeah, as we see
Struggling
there.
to push in, not able to do it against the Tristana in particular. That mid T1 standing up at this stage despite the amount of time spent there. It's very impressive.
Now, what is Power going to do here with the dragons? Like, we have seen Lee Sin manage to steal away the first dragon of this game. I wonder if they're just going to send Lee Sin in solo to try and steal this dragon. But
Maybe.
with Baron up, I don't think that would be the smartest play, because without the Lee Sin, you got to be careful about how
Yeah,
much you carry.
you'd immediately invite a Baron Rush, and it'd be pretty hard for Paragon to push off in a 4v5. You do need sort of all of the damage here. Brody has been targeted just a little too much. Means the feathers fly, when used aggressively, have opened him up and left a bit of exposure. The Exeter have attacked so successfully.
Yeah, I'll be honest, this is the first time I think I've ever seen a pause that only had 12 minutes left in it. As we can see, the delay was quite insubstantial, and
That's all right. These things happen. It is grand finals, and we will get the game back to you in just a few minutes.
Definitely.
Yeah, I've ran that one down at an ESL tournament. My mid laner just, his internet would not connect. We eventually won that one 4v5.
there you go.
Shout out to the
4v5.
tournament scene of 2015,
It's impressive.
when you could, reliably win things 4v5.
Yeah.
It was a different game.
Now, we'll have to wait and see how long we have till we can get back into this game. But so far, I like this. We've had one game which was heavily towards Exeter, then the next game which was heavily towards Paragon, and now this one, it's a gold versus objective game. 3 dragons versus a gold lead. What would you rather take, and how are you going to play through it?
Maybe you'd invite, slowing this dragon down by just both teams, moving towards the Baron. I think both of them would rather have it. As you mentioned, Cloud Soul not the most direct impact. And while it's, really nice, and we can see a few synergies with, Lee Sin, Syndra, in particular, it's just a case of, everyone would rather have this Baron. And when you're both contesting the same thing, you're not going to send one person down to the dragon on risk of, giving it up on vision. So in this case, probably a massive slowdown and a massive stalemate. This is going to be
Do you have a replay? This is how the Lee Sin managed to sneak behind the Ashe. Ashe recalling at the start. So how does she not die here? This is the question. Look at her. She's on no health. And there's just no feather pullback. Yeah, no feather pullback available for the Zaya, meaning that there wasn't a burst.
Strike coming down should have killed her there, but the cone just a little too tight.
Yeah.
The fantastic sidestep by Lasp.
But
Just keeps him alive a little longer.
Fruity Carrots has shown that he has what it takes to get behind this Ashe and get these plays. He's always looking for it, and as the game continues, maybe we'll just see an immense pick from this Lee Sin getting this important carry, because if you can lock out the Ashe, then that's the big DPS threat. Sure,
Yeah.
Ashe can
Or
maybe
even the
rotate.
Tristana on a flank. Either
Definitely.
of those range carries, fearing their ability to come forwards. It's a big deal.
But now we're back into this game, so we'll have to see how these players move for this.
Oh, pings onto mid. Fruity Carrots wanted that. Lasp just being a little bit sensible is on vision here with both teams. Not wanting to take a big risk before this Baron. Both of them have it on the mind.
Fiora has managed to fully stack the Hydra as well, so that gives her a big AD gap, especially with this Triforce, so that might be something to show down her split push tempo. And yeah, so Dragon on the map in 30 seconds. I'm gonna guess Paragon might try to give this up, but this is the opportunity they have where they could try and give up this Dragon and put pressure towards Baron instead, because they don't need this Dragon. They can give up 1, 2, 3 and focus their efforts otherwise to catch up on the gold now. So let's see how they play that.
Hard with refresh in this top lane.
Uh-oh. Nautilus
Still
has
being
managed to
a
get
point
there.
of pressure. There are 4 people from Paragon up here. They have to pull the trigger sooner or later.
Well, let's see what he can do to get out of this. Does have the ghost. Hook will not connect on not even the tower as he will opt in for the vital. Doesn't exactly parry anything. Will finally use the parry there, but it's just not going to do anything, and he will go down using the ghost. Now, this is the issue. Look at this. Exeter starting the dragon here, right? But Baron is free for the taking. Never mind. Never mind. They don't go for it.
Yeah, maybe a bit too long. I'd have still fancied my chances at that, frankly.
I mean, Zaya should have more than enough items for this with Gwen as well. That's a bit... I guess they don't have that many
It's a
items.
tough one. It's a tough one because I also get it. Exeter don't want teleports up if they haven't got those timed. Like,
Yeah.
I definitely wouldn't have tried it.
But you know what, in return, look at this gold. They got a kill, a shutdown, and 2
They've
towers.
finally
There you go.
broke some towers. So it is half the gold advantage. Gone, equalized up with the cross map though.
Yeah, trading some towers back.
So just about a third of that advantage now. Not present. 1 dragon over, so we are extending the Elder Spawn.
Ooh.
If we think about how Kenji was in that top lane, still playing off the minion wave, not certain in the Gwen versus Fiora. Gets a bit better for Gwen, the Rocket Belt, just adding a bit more penetration.
Yeah.
And then the Nash's Tooth starting to scale with your other ability power items, that needlessly large rod offering a lot of raw statistics, means that we might see Kenji choose to go into the Fiora again in a few minutes. But for now, yeah, there we go. Immediately presumes Fiora's in bot, and an immediate recall as soon as the wave reveals Tristana.
And with this Phage coming through from the Fiora, I'm kind of hoping for a... That still builds into Hull Breaker, if I'm not wrong,
Hull Breaker
right?
time.
It's a Hull Breaker
Absolutely.
time, absolutely.
It's, I don't like calling it the rage split item because, you know, no one should rage split, guys. Your teammates are still on your side. You shouldn't just run away from all 4 of them. But gosh, does it feel good to see that mighty minion with its huge shadow just like run into your opponent's base and deal so much damage. It's a lot of fun.
I'm with a champion like this Fiora, who's fairly ahead in her own game. Like, it works out in your side lane. It'll just give you absolute pressure, even if Gwen, like you said, does manage to scale a bit more, does have the ignite herself, but the amount of just pure resistance that this item gives you, it doesn't matter. Like, Fiora will be
It's a
such a
big
threat.
old stat stick for health and AD, and I think it's overlooked a reasonable amount, even after the nerfs. It's just so powerful to be able to walk at your opponent with that in the knowledge they've got to bring a friend.
Oh, here we go. The ultimate will be popped by Fiora. However, Gwen hugging the wall will not let the Fiora proc the last vital and will go down. That's the Fiora card. Actually, no, where did Evelyn come from? Stuck out of our own vision game. That takes the kill.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, but can't focus. Eames' flash not up. I thought it might be a flash R angle to get the Evelyn in. Not the case. And yet, despite missing 2 ultimates, Kenji, with these scaled items, with that rocket belt in particular, takes the 1 versus 1 as a reversal of how the matchup goes pre 2 items for Gwen. And now she continues to scale. It's on the Fiora. Maybe would prefer a Hex Drink or a more of Malmortius here. The teleport
just-
away should get Eden to safety.
Just barely.
That top lane matchup twisted nicely.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing when you're fighting this Fiora, the best way to do it is just hug a wall. Can't proc that last vital, denying a lot of
Yeah.
damage and healing, and that was done very nicely there. It's Evelyn will go for the all-in. Ooh,
Oh my.
bit of
Closer than it
timing.
looked.
Might have been allowed the Ash ulti connect, which would have been insane, but
Yeah.
trading ult for ulti, what's that?
That's an alright trade. No summoner spells burnt.
No, I'm not sure. Evelyn is gonna be very close. They will actually start up this Baron here, knowing that they were forced to reset. However, 2 Tiller TPs coming over from the side of Paragon.
The best
But
they could do was the towers. They're still very far away. The Baron should fall.
Baron goes over, a bit of a mismite there, and they get the Baron for free as Paragon is looking to do what they can to engage. Gwen is going in, Rakan is being the honorable man that he is and trying to buy time for his team as Syndra will flash over the wall looking for a stun, but the slippy Rakan is able to get out of this one alive, and they go 5-0.
Yeah, 3 flashes away. The Exeter to get away with the Baron. They get away with their tail between their legs. They'll be able now for the next 3 minutes to make best use of that. That should ensure them this next dragon, if they're out on the map, to push Paragon back.
That was very... Hook coming through from the Nautilus will land on the Tristana. She is getting CC'd up, but has the more mana waters to give her a giant shield to allow her not being burst. Tower will be traded, and Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. Might this risk. However, Evelyn is in a good spot here. will have her ultimate up soon as the Ashe ulti will connect onto the Lee Sin. Uh-oh. Rakan dashing right into the hook and will get bursted out and will go down. 20 seconds on Dragolin. This is now looking at Evelyn might have to try and do a steal angle as Fiora is pushing through this mid lane with her own little minions.
Oh, wow.
But she can do this. 4-3, we'll be able to take this tower, and I think she'll get out of here, no problem. I'm doing
Polish
this
as well. Like, Exeter, even though they overextended in front of the pit, their top laner is buying them so much time, a third of a tower just for a few strikes.
But this is Chase Paragon out of the Dragon Pit, allowing Exeter to step in, get a bit of vision of priority, and the Scuttle Crab there. Fiora is still in the base?
Yeah, like, not giving up the position of daring Paragon to come back. Probably should have seen 2 bases.
This
Even
does
if it's a split
allow-
at this stage.
Yeah, they're going to take the inhib instead, and I think this works out as a pretty valuable trade. Fiora are actually the only one staying. Tristana opting into recall, and I think Fiora will be able to go down here. Does manage to dodge out R3 from Gwen. That's not enough.
At this stage, the Gwen, an absolute menace, the Shadow Flame in the 1v1. So it's that penetration go even further. Exeter executed a great 2v5 sort of maneuver there, where by giving the Dragon, giving the Soul up, they've forced Elder, while the Tristana is still strong enough to stand up to Syndra, resist the ultimate, and
here
not
comes
die to the
Syndra.
unleashed power.
Needs to be careful here. No safety net on her own. No flash. As
Oh,
is
Eames.
behind.
Eames is just deep.
He's looking for it. Syndra
Brody.
is, there we go. We'll go in. We'll look to force the ult. Ashe ulti comes in and we'll actually
God.
stun her up, but no further commit as they do see the Lee Sin there. And Lee Sin is a bit of a threat.
Paragon just about get away with that little disconnection between the members of Exeter, mean that the Eve is still not primed to go when that Ashe arrow comes in. And Teamer very nearly eats a death inside his own jungle.
We'll go for the knockup, but won't connect themselves. So they're trying to poke down this. Well, this is Evelyn forced to use her own ultimate to get away from the Syndra stun.
That's kind of the week, doing great work there, pushing Exeter back through their own jungle. Look at Kenji swing, despite struggling so much in game 1, swinging so hard in game 2. Scaled excellently here. So strong for Paragon right now.
Paragon's still slightly behind in gold though, but it doesn't feel like it, right? We don't see a 4K
Yeah.
gold difference here. It's just the Hullbreaker has now been picked up by Fiora, so we'll have to see how she uses. They do force the flash from the Nautilus, and Rakan will continue chasing just to be as annoying as possible.
Just to delay the base time, I guess doesn't mean a lot as long as Paragon don't do anything crazy. They're just going to clear the waves in front of their base.
Yeah.
It's not super meaningful, but yeah, surprise, surprise, that CS diff in mid, the Syndra offering a lot different qualities to
Yeah.
Tristana in this game. Tristana very much the carry, very much the infrastructure shredder. And Paul here on this Syndra, really just there to rip one person who steps too far's head off. This is the build that's sort of meant to blow someone up. We're not going for the Leandries, the Cosmic Drive for repeated scatter the weeks on multiple fronts. Instead, all about annihilating one of your opponent's carries.
Lee Sin has picked up the stopwatch here. This will allow him to dive very deep, as the Ashe ulti will come through, and it looks like they're going to try and pick off the Nautilus here. Evelyn having so much magic resist shred, and we'll get the execute off, as Rakan will be able to flash out of that. And look how tanky it is with the Radiant Virtue, and the Lee Sin Q will not connect, and that's a nice pick, but can they do anything with it?
It's excellent, and you're right, the Radiant Virtue healing Teamer as fast
Ooh, I like this.
as Vuzai was able to deal damage once again.
He's going in right
He's
here.
running up in mid. He's gonna jump. He's gonna do it.
He's looking for it. I mean, Syndra is so aggressive with items. There we go. We'll flash in and get the instant kill. And that's the follow-up kill after killing the Nautilus. Looks like we'll try and chase him down, but won't be able to pull back the feathers for a stun. But I think there's not quite enough move speed, and he will go for... Woo! Wow. Nearly getting the damage himself. But instead, taking 1 for 1.
He's so scary right now. Paragon very confident to run forwards. I probably wouldn't have taken that fight. As we saw,
You have to at that point.
yeah, the Evelyn almost getting a
Lee Sin
second
is looking
return
for it.
kill.
Flash for flash. Does not manage to get the kickback and will actually knock the Ashe to safety over the wall. And here comes the TP through from the Fiora. However, she will now run, and the Ashe ultimate will be used as more as disengage. Meanwhile, topside, Tristana happily farming up a wave.
Tristana's still farming is the result of that fight. Absolutely.
30 minutes.
292 CS at half an hour. Not bad at all for Eden. Yeah, almost at full build. You know, you've got your little bit of armor pen, a little bit of anti-heal.
There we go. Just finished off for 4th item.
Yeah, I'm not... I guess there's not a lot of high health targets to go for Lord Doms. And then just keep the anti-heal for later. So instead, building up, I suppose, the extra attack speed in this game, where the Tristana has been free, even if I think they maybe shouldn't be, to auto-attack away in fights. Pretty valuable.
Now, we'll have to see how these players play around this Baron. And one thing I'm worried about is the Syndra has built a lot of damage, but in doing so has no defensive capability against this Evelyn. So does have to be a bit careful, as we saw in the Raptor camp. Syndra needs some quick reactions, sure. Evelyn was forced to use the flash to kill the Syndra there, and might need to wait till it's up again. So we'll have to see how Eames plays around this.
Alright, quick recalls from Paragon. They do have teleports, or a single teleport rather, to try and contest this Baron should they wish.
Exeter did see the recalls exactly as you said, so we'll go for the Baron, as I think this will go for a flip, and instead they will peel off the Baron at 4k and now dash onto Kenji. However, Kenji doing insane damage will one-shot Fiora as Ash is the next target. Rakan doing an excellent job giving as much... And now look at that insane peel back from the Evelyn, getting her ultimate execute as 2 kills go over to the Evelyn. Tristana does what she can to jump out, but won't manage to quite live, as there's the carries from Paragon still alive.
Yeah, Eames still at full health, no ultimate remaining. Huge amounts of AoE from Exeter, and Eden surviving quite a long time does get them the 2 for 2, able to break apart Paragon's front line. But at this stage, Paragon's carries, even though the team doesn't have as much gold, have scaled excellently. That Gwen absolutely rends through Exeter.
Uh-oh. Ooh, no stun coming through from it. But if that scattered the weed hit somebody, that would have been good night for them.
No ultimates either side. Elder Dragon is out on the map.
I think she'll go the long way around here.
Oh,
If anybody face checks her, they're dead. Oh, no, never mind. Very nicely played for Syndra. We'll scout out using her Q. Getting a nice...
Just about spots the Evelyn and forces Eames back. Both teams beelining down for this dragon. Only the mid laners with their teleports. Kenji's coming up soon, but a risk as that Elder Dragon not so tanky. We are 34 minutes in. Both teams do a staggering amount of damage with these compositions. Rocket Bell doesn't reveal anyone, but Fruity Carrots keen to make sure this isn't going down. There is a red ward at the back of the pit. Paragon know this has been started.
Yep, they will cancel their bases. Their carries are quite low. Ash ulti will go through and connect onto the Syndra, but there's not enough movement from there. Stopwatch being used by Syndra to just buy some time as Mortal is forced to flash out. However, huge ultimate from Gwen just tears Exeter apart as Tristana is jumping away with her reset, and Elder will go over Paragon.
Yeah, the only prize for Exeter was Lutrax. This Nautilus, this tank, isn't worth a lot. Got all of his cooldowns off. Got his healing from the Mythic. Not enough. For Exeter, they blew Fiora, or they blew Tristana, or actually kept Tristana. But everything was there to take out the Nautilus. And while they will lose the inhibitor in trade, unless they want to teleport away the Syndra here, there she comes.
Yeah.
That's actually Gwen. That's Kenji coming back to the
Uh-oh, another TP coming below. They are looking for the kill
do.
here. However, Eden did recognize this and is going to do what he can to buy some time. Actually get some nice damage over. Oh, trading 1 for 1.
Nice crit there at the end. Just to trade that one over. They lose one Elder buff, but that's now Paragon in a 4v4 with the Elder Dragon. They've got to make the most of this. A quick run down mid. Perhaps all waves are coming in towards them. So they are running out of time to use this Elder Dragon in a meaningful way and try and end the game off of it.
Elder Dragon, Baron, Soul Point, and Soul. They have everything here. They have all the objective resources and have now got the gold lead. They finally managed to catch up, so we'll have to see how they're through. But yeah, this Gwen is just becoming absolutely insane in these fights, and Exeter need to stop getting hit by all of Gwen's ultimate. They need to spread out a bit and not line up in a straight line, which is just causing this straight line damage from Paragon to come strong.
How long do we have on Elder? Not a huge amount of time.
Will go in there and actually force the flash of Xayah. Flash for flash being used there, but absolutely no damage traded out from each of them. Tristana now respawning and Fiora still in the side lane. We'll have to see if this Hull Breaker's enough. This 3-item Fiora against a 5-item Gwen.
With a full signature.
No, I don't think so either.
We'll see. Oh, Kenji's gone straight in.
There we go. Fiora will run after popping trading ultimate for ultimate as the base of Exeter
There we
is
go.
falling. Inhib is down. Baron is being used as the first towers are being focused. Evelyn is trying to sneak around. Ashe ultimate will connect onto the Zaya as Tristana will knock back the Nautilus. And the first Elder pop will go onto the Rakan as flash forward from the Lee Sin will get the second Elder kill. Evelyn going in, trying to get as much damage, will get 1 kill, but not enough. As game 2 goes over to Paragon.
Yeah, they've struck back in game 2, and now they continue their run. Game 3, Paragon delay with a bunch of objective scaling. They hold on, they lose their towers. But the Gwen in the top side.
The Gwen was
Syndra
just too
mid,
much.
they scale nicely into the late game. Eve not effective when trading away summoners and ultimates. And with that, Paragon take the lead. They start their revenge arc in this series. We're going to kick it to a quick break, and we'll be back with the desk in a few minutes.
I pull up in that Lambo with the 10 down. Everything on flip 14.
One game, Jika. One game, everybody. This now separates Paragon from the Division 2 title. And it was a slogfest of a game. Back and forth. No time for an uneven, one-sided affair this time around.
What happened, guys? I just woke up from my nap. Is it over?
No.
What?
In fact, I would say that the series is the most on it has been so far. And,
It is.
well, we talk about Blue Side OP. Paragon won, so that's out the window. We can maybe twist the old Div 1 narrative of like the 0-1 power spike. Which was a
I'll
Versus
tell you
special.
exactly what it is. It was just Paragon did a game to warm up, and now they're showing us why we all thought there would be a Div 1 team coming out of both
And-
balls.
When they're on comfort as well, they're clearly comfortable enough now to go, all right, Fruity, you had your Maokai game, you had your Rel game,
Go
show us your Lee
nuts.
Sin. Show us your moves.
And it worked, and it was a game, to say the least.
There was indeed a game present. That is,
Yep.
that is what occurred in front of us. But I mean, it was matters from the word go. And if we have replays, I'm sure Prediction will let us know when ready. Oh, the replays are ready. But,
Aha!
oh, there you go. There's so much happened, even in like the very early minutes of the game.
What are we looking at? We're looking at top lane. We're looking at this Gwen Fiora matchup. The one that I said wasn't really going to have much happen in it. I was
I
wrong.
think Gwen's the one who's 6 here.
I was very wrong. And this fight very nearly goes Gwen's way. Meanwhile, down in this bot side, get a lot of flashes expended. And the dragon taken. And nobody's dead yet. Now it's a 1-for-1 in this fight. And you see 3 kills go across already in this game. And we're only just at the level 6 mark for some of these players.
Yep. People were not interested in letting this one go slow. And it continued happening. It was just 2 amateur boxers in the ring throwing haymakers at each other. But then as the game
There's no
got
set
later
in
and
this
later,
game.
analogy still applies. But as we got later and later, it seemed like Ex Machina were, being a little bit trickier, throwing the occasional feint. And, feints are easy to pull off when you're literally invisible. But
We did
touch
hit this
later down
point, though.
there is a touch later down the line that, Fiora was having a pretty, kind of having her way with the Gwen in that lane. Just how Fiora is. But it's okay, guys. We scale is, I swear, is probably the mantra of Gwen players. As this clip that is about to come back up will show.
It literally is the mantra of Gwen players. You hit that 2-item spike and you really start to come into your own. Especially when the riposte is something you're looking very heavily at. Kenji does a great job here of denying that last vital. So the healing doesn't come through. You are the one that's healing. You've got the ignite down as well. You're quite happy to sit, box, use your mobility, use your damage to really bully this Fiora into a losing matchup. But the mid game was pretty chaotic, largely quite back and forth. For me,
It was great to see.
I wasn't.
It was great to see Eames do work on the
Yes.
Evelyn.
Yes.
There was a couple of great moments of finding blind candles, finding picks, but I mean, we couldn't get good replays of them because you couldn't see the Evelyn. So, I'm sorry, that's just the situation we find ourselves in. We do have one more replay, and that's towards the very end of the game, where Paragon found their victory, however, towards the Elder Drake. It's all eyes on Paul.
It is all eyes on Paul. The arrow lands, and you can see the Rakan looking for this engagement. A beautiful force of will into scatter onto 4. Ruins the hopes of Ex Machina in this fight.
Kenji may have been the one to land the death blow, but it was all Paul to set that one up. And that at that point, that was quite literally all she wrote, because the book had been cut to pieces.
That was the final chapter of the game. What was a slogfest, what was very back and forth, hinged on one key fight. A beautiful scatter coming from the player who we've said offers Syndra and Orianna as a melee player. This is why Syndra and Orianna come. This is...
The question now is, though, Ex Machina have lost on blue side. That puts you in a very interesting spot when you have side selection. Because now, blue side wins. Clearly it doesn't.
You've lost on blue, you've lost on red. Logic would dictate you go to your comfort side. Every team has a comfort side. Which side of the map they just feel so much happier playing. For Ex Machina, that's most likely blue side.
Question is then, do we see another game like we did in Game 3? And this time, can Ex Machina tighten it up just that bit to avoid moments like we saw in that last game that gave Paragon their windows? Because, let's be real, Ex Machina was up in gold for a considerable portion of that game.
Yeah, they were far and away with it for a long. You can't be taking Sin for Evelyn trade. You can't be taking the Katana for Sin trade. You're going to get outscaled, you're going to get outvalued, get outdone, like we saw in game. So if they do opt to stay on blue side, and I'm not sure if we have information on their side select as yet, let us know.
Staying on blue side.
Ex Machina have opted. So my guess.
Yep, I think that tracks.
See something like Game 3, power picks, Paragon pushed away. See Ex Machina really come out of their shell if they want to take it to Game 5.
What needs to change then? Does anything need to change? Or is it more of an execution-based thing in that previous game? Or do you really want to see, like, okay, well, let's not let Fruity have more montage moments on the Lee Sin.
Lee Sin has to go, Syndra and Orianna have to go, so you have to ban one, pick the other. Really can't afford
that luxury on blue?
to give that over. You also need to make sure Brody is on something that doesn't have safety. Velios, you're looking at Gravity. Zaya, you're looking at Featherstorm. Varus didn't have one. Varus looked lost.
True.
Get Brody on something that doesn't have some kind of safety. You are far and away in a better spot. Pick the Ezreal. Take the Zyra away. You already know Lutrax isn't a big fan of the Rakan. Pick it up for yourselves. Just try and get Zyra Rakan. They obviously don't want to pick it on 1, 2. So you pick your Syndra on 1, pick Zyra Rakan on 2, 3. You've already got a very solid start to the game.
Yeah. And for Paragon, I mean, I don't know what the life is like in the Paragon camp, but gotta be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the momentum is definitely in your favor. You're 2 games up.
Exactly what I was about to allude to. Momentum is a huge thing in a series like this, especially if you started at a deficit, started at the 0-1. We are going to go straight on into it. We see the Jace hit the board once again. The Gwen getting taken away from Kenji as well. Seems like Paragon not too keen, or Ex Machina rather, not too keen on going for that mid lane ban. The Rel does hit the bench from Paragon side.
Okay. First thing just comes through, this gets answered by an Orianna. Yep. And it's the stronger of the two. And you've left that Ashe open as well, which is it's a Brody special.
It is a Brody special, and we talked about it in game 1, it got banned away. You see, Eames, he had a good game on the Evelyn last game. It just wasn't quite enough to convert to a victory, and the Olaf gets picked, which is a gauntlet thrown down
by problem. The Evelyn is it doesn't have the same level of agency. you have a lane that is extremely good at setting you up, which you don't really have in this game as yet. Syndra Scatter is great, sure, but you're into an Orianna. Dodge that quite easily with Dissonance. She's got Command Protect. She's got Command Shockwave. She is more than happy sitting and vibing. And if this Lee Sin somehow gets through, you're looking at a better mid jungle 2v2 than EXE Machina have.
Well,
Paragon taking
second
away
phase
both of these
bans.
safe AD carries as well.
Yep, exactly what I was about to point in on. The Renata has hit the floor as well, taken away from Lutrix, and the Milio going as well. Fruity's Lee Sin's still open. Fruity can just take Lee again. I'd be perfectly happy just to take Lee Sin on R4 again.
Bagunye!
Gragas, yes, has been locked in for Paragon. Now that is interesting because it leaves flex potential. I don't actually wait. No, it doesn't.
It does. You go support.
You can support Graggy actually. Okay, it's not something we've seen a lot of.
Really
like,
good into the Rakan, by the way. Or maybe it does.
Or
It's really good
is
into
it
the Rakan.
time? Is it the time? We have to see. Paragon, they have this R5 available. We've got the Jhin, Rakan. It's not the tankiest of teams coming out from Paragon. Obviously, Jhin typically has a little bit of trouble dealing
That's locked.
with those tanky targets. And it's the Mickey. It's the Mickey we've seen from Worlds, the Lissandra locked in to counter the Rakan on R5. So, we have Gragas into the jungle for Fruity Carrots. Going to be able to find plenty of nasty engage angles. The question that I have for you is, would you rather see Gragas go full Bomber explosion mode or just be a reliable full move engage?
Can't be tank on jungle Gragas. It impacts your player and your gank ability way too much. Your mid jungle is actually a little bit worse now. Because
double AP.
yeah, you're double APs. So is the enemy, but on the flip side, you're not really going to be able to out damage them at the early stages of the game.
Syndra Evelyn at level 6? No thank you.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, Gragas is very good at splitting them up, but Gragas and Orianna ults do very different things. One wants to split them up, the other wants to keep them together. And you're not really looking at as good of a roamer in support compared to Timotopper's Rakan, which we saw last game was a complete monster of a pick. My eyes really are on this top lane. Olaf does have quite a nice time into the Renekton. The fact that Kenji opted to take this into it is very interesting. Post 6, Predator doesn't really do much for you, and you kind of get walked at. Even with Slice and Dice, if Olaf has a Ghost, it's very hard for you to play the lane. It's even through Dominus, he just kind of melts you down. For Paragon, your entire strong point is your bot lane. You've got a lot of hard engage down there, you've got a lot of slows, you've got a lot of damage. Gragas decides to invest some time into this lane against an immobile AD carry like Jhin. You can really get this Ashe Lissandra rolling, which will allow for the rest of the map to become open. And you can track this Evelyn quite efficiently with the Hawk Shot. I don't know if it reveals her post 6. I can't remember off the top of my head. But you also have that Enchanted Crystal Arrow that if it lands onto any of these lanes, especially the mid lane, it is just going to spell death. So this is a much more execution-based draft for Paragon. I think EXE Machina have the edge going in. But
Also, something that I think is not spoken about necessarily as much as maybe it could, is the fact that this actually kind of puts the Olaf on notice. Because, yeah, okay, he's got the Ragnarok, he can cleanse the ultimate. But if he has to cleanse the ultimate, there's no saying that Kenji has to go full all-in aggressive into the Olaf. He can step forward representing an all-in and force the Ragnarok out and then slice and dice out. Like that cooldown is gone, you have the Dominus available.
I think you just hold Ragnarok until Ruthless Predator has gone down. You will take a 0.1 second stun over like wasting the ultimate for no reason. If you've got the reaction speed for it, the second the stun lands, you immediately pop Ragnarok. You can CC through it, or you can ult through it rather than trying to preempt it. So I don't think you pop it in preparation. You pop it in reaction. That way you're getting value out of it.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that if the arrow is to
Oh, the
hits
arrow.
the
Yeah,
Olaf.
if the arrow hits the Olaf, it's
Yeah.
yeah. That's it. I wasn't really looking. Looking.
It's
up
not.
towards the top
It's
side.
a little bit of an outside angle. but
Yeah.
It means that the arrow, if fired top lane, and
Can swing it
were
in Kenji's
to-
favor.
Yeah, were it to hit refresh, you could force him to use Ragnarok in a situation where it is then gone, and Kenji can actually play aggressively into this lane because he's up in ults.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think the main area you're looking to land these arrows, if not bot lane, is mid lane. And if you can
Oh, yeah.
manage to catch an Evelyn because you've just
Don't
caught
get me
her,
wrong.
if you can manage to hit the Evelyn because you've tracked her well enough to know roughly where she is, even better. Because it means you've also got someone ready and waiting to just go, boink.
No doubt.
I'm very interested to see how this game goes. I think the onus is on Paragon. This is a high execution comp. Ex Machina have edge, but Jin is the linchpin here. Shut him down, get your bot lane fed. If not, you do not have enough tanky members to deal with it. Just don't.
Is there a like a more bruisery AP build for the Gragas that could allow him to not quite sacrifice his clear?
Not really. And even then,
I suppose the items don't really
Even
exist right
then-
now. We'll wait for preseason on that one.
even then, you're looking at needing to stack both resistances and health, rather than just one or the other, which a lot of AP bruiser items will make you do. You have to. We maybe seen Abyssal Master, but it doesn't help against the Jin, right? You do kind of just take a couple of shots to the face and die. Jin is very, very good into bow tank teams. The only person who's going to struggle to kill this game is this person, because of how short range the rest of it is, and how much peel he's going to have with scatter, with grand entrance, with quickness, with even charm into last embrace from Evelyn. She can buy a lot of attention as well, and Olaf just kind of running at you. Because Jin is pride of place. You need to shut him down early, because if he gets to scale, the team fights get very, very difficult. On the flip side,
Yeah.
same goes for Ashe. She gets going, you don't have to be dealing.
Yeah, all things even, these carries obviously are kind of sat around waiting to have mid-game impact with their ultimates and their other tools such as the Deadly Flourish. But if one of them starts rolling, then yeah, you better believe the other team needs to, slap them back down and do it quickly. Yes, otherwise these carries might be able to swing the game, nay the series, in their team's favors.
Remember, this is do or die for Ex Machina.
It is.
Paragon can walk
Paragon.
away from this as the winner and really cement
One
themselves.
step away.
Yeah, and really cement themselves
Not-
as the Div 1 team we never had.
Not only from winning Div 2, but one step away from claiming revenge for losing the upper bracket finals against Ex Machina, especially considering that flawless record in the regular season.
All the way back to Open Walls with Arcadia. Knocked Paragon down. Lower bracket there.
The revenge arc.
It is.
The
Paragon.
revenge arc that leads into the revenge arc, that leads into the revenge arc, that leads into me sending it to the casters for game number 4.
Very much for that. Thank you very much for setting us back here. We are ready to cast this game 4. It's been a long night, but I'm so happy to have spent it with you guys. It's been fun. It's been great. And you know what? We'll have to see how this game goes, because we might just have another one too.
Yeah, it's match point Paragon, 2-1 in this series, and we got some exciting picks here. Jungle Gragas, a bit of a classic, something that you might see in solo queue every now and again. And if you are Grandmasters-ish on the EUS server, you might have seen this Fruity Carrots fella. He's all right. He's pretty good. Did you also watch the next montage?
The other montage? Yes, I did.
So we've both just watched, again, last game we saw what the Fruity Carrots, Lee Sin, can do. 1Q in mid, immediately 3 people fall back, position lost on the wave. Let's see what he can do with this Gragas and the huge playmaking jungler for Paragon's premiere.
do feel like Lee Sin does give a bit more opportunity for playmaking. You know, he has that extra bit of mobility, but Gragas, of course, can do the same, but with more damage.
But see, Dubby, you have missed the deep analysis.
Oh, yeah?
Bomba.
I'm ready for it if you
that's
are.
about
I
it.
cannot wait for the Bomba moment if it comes through. We'll have to get excited for that. And now this
I
time...
don't know. I've watched trigonometry happen in this montage, so I'm really excited. Again, once again, high hopes
For sure.
for Paragon. At least see some stylish stuff. We've also got this Lissandra support. Not so convinced on it into the Olaf, as Olaf gives Lissandra trouble no matter where she goes. But great at cutting off melee support, particularly the Rakan. So see what Lutrax makes of that. Two very exciting points of Paragon's composition. And an Olaf Eve topside for Exeter. Wow, like, talk about high damage, high execution, and high speed. We've noticed, I think fair to say from both teams in this series, little bits of cohesion errors where a player's been called, two people haven't quite synced up, and it hasn't quite worked out. I think this topside definitely do or die in that respect.
Yeah, and I'm ready to watch this Olaf play through because, like you said, his job is going to be to run through, hit this Ashe, hit this Orianna, and will be scaling in very nicely as this game continues. And actually, there's the counter right there as you see Rakan jumping in, getting instantly stunned up by Lissandra. Not allowing
Nice
for much more.
trade. Even avoids the Jin's fourth shot. Yeah, it's hugely explosive side lanes. A very immediate amounts of damage. The Olaf really wants to run forward onto his axis. I was so worried for Kenji a few seconds ago there. He is holding his own though, and with the press the attack should be able to give as good as he gets.
Just barely missed picking up his axe here now. One thing to call out, Gragas did a very interesting clear here, going from blue
he's
to Gromp to
I
red.
forget which LPL jungler this is, but this is all the way up to top with half of it, and all the way back down.
All the way, very nice early clear. We'll be able to maybe get this as the ghost from Olaf will mean he's running as he actually turns trying to kill the Renekton. Again, doesn't pick up the axe and can't follow through with the damage, giving first blood over. Genji.
Yeah, Kenji just lives that last Q, that last amount of damage, able to keep the Renekton alive. And yeah, this sort of greedy path now means that Fruity Carrots has a full jungle and an easy path all the way down to bot lane. He might not be there in time for the crab, might be able to transfer through that now if Kenji is teleporting. There he goes back into the lane, and should be able to still get all of the gold he needs now. Fruity Carrots instead taking the recall, has spotted Eames down on the spot side, so Paragon, they've got to be careful, they've got to respect the Eve's position.
Yeah, this East will still try and do something here, but Lissandra, not a champion that's
man,
easiest to
that
pick
just
off and
feels
she'll
bad.
dash away. T1 coming for big fan.
Ooh,
Yeah.
with that volley, the wave no longer pushing towards Paragon, so might actually be able to keep the Eve around.
Yeah, this Eve needs to get out there. She needs to just
She
find that
definitely
first
does.
save.
She definitely does. But it's PRG still pushing unpunished. Then
Yep. But that's the thing. I think they're happy. They need to be more careful. Like this Sandra's going to be way too hard to pick off. Once you have level 6s, then you have way more opportunity to try and get on the Ashe instead. And wait for
then
that.
you can still you can. Oh wow, that is Eden just saying that Fruity Carrots has got to come and get it. The Scuttle
And I
Crab
think
will,
with smite, yep. Oh, it doesn't even need to smite it. Well, okay, there we go.
Yeah,
Does drop the smite.
we saw it almost. Look at
Oh,
him
look at it
go.
go. He's running back there.
Saw it almost take off at like hypersonic speed back out of the jungle. And Warden camps against Evelyn. One down on the Gromp there. Just helps confirm a position over a few minutes. You were calling that some CC down from this bot lane Rakan and Jhin. It can go so well. The Ashe taking a third of a health there.
But still, like, Jhin only having boots here. Sure, he has some nice sustain, which explains his health bar, but just won't have the damage to come through quite yet. But once he recalls and gets his first few items in, he'll be very strong. And then, honestly, I like Jhin because he can also work as an engage AD carry. And last game we spoke that there was no, like, good engage for actually no. Meanwhile, Olaf did take a tower shot there and was forced to engage. As Gragas is now sneaking in, does have the flash. We might see a body slam flash. Actually, will not manage. I think that was a bit of a mechanical error there. No flash coming through as Jhin is coming through, and the ignite will manage to finish off the Gragas there.
All right. We hyped up the Gragas a lot. We got very excited.
Maybe too excited.
Yeah, maybe Fruity also a little too excited there. I think he either flashed too soon and like immediately clipped the minion, so didn't like flash through it and knock everyone back, and it just kind of knocked him out of phase there, falling down. Needs to farm some camps as well. We're so far up on the eve with that
Look at the
first
CS
kill
gap, though.
participation in top.
23 farm gap towards this Evelyn, meaning that she will have.
So that's a full clear.
Yeah, that's one whole clear. Tell me,
Eve.
jungle XP is not right.
Oh,
Okay.
hello Kenji, coming up to
Kenji.
play in the last game, and yeah, the PTA just a nice spike of damage, able to take down the Olaf. Was still level 5, so that was as he dinged 6. Didn't even need the flash. It's a little bit of a surprise there. And yeah, Refresh had a great game 1. Struggling a little throughout the series now, though. Paragon, with that push in the top side, feel comfortable to take this dragon with Exeters at bot lane on base.
Definitely a free dragon. Evelyn also already moving up to top lane there. I think is hitting a skull crab or doing something in the bush, just standing still. But yeah, first dragon going
It's
over.
definitely crap.
I hope it is.
Tima almost tried that one again. Oh, Lutrax caught out. Slowed down. Not enough.
Yeah, unfortunate game for this top lane. Olaf just not in a position to be able to fight against this Renekton. Renekton now 2-0 ups, giving so much priority in
know,
both
like-
items and stats.
Even here, like, I normally expect Renekton to struggle against the Olaf. While the
might
key
struggle
is still, like,
now.
a viable strategy.
I was thinking Evelyn might look for a dive, but instead Rakan's currently annoying Gragas on his blue buff. And with this wave, there's an opportunity, but Evelyn has opted in for CS, did want to get level 6, and has hit level 6. However, Renekton has scanned out with the ward. Evelyn will have to go in for this own. Will connect the charm through, and I think she'll have enough damage here. Has to use... Nope, won't quite have the execute unless she goes in for a dive. Will flash for a flash! And get out of that one alive, yep. Renekton just a bit tanky there, but I think Olaf's going to be very happy to get an opportunity to get some free plates, get a bit of minions, just bring him back into life a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely the relief of the pressure. Kenji losing his flash, pretty big deal. Won't be able to sort of force the repeat on top side and force Refresh into a bad position. However, with Paragon picking up that first dragon, that has unlocked Fruity somewhat to get up to this top side. Needs his level 6. Don't think, nope, doesn't get it off the red buff. So he's going to have to go looking for some experience. His Krug's missing. That's what gave Eames can't focus 6.
Yep.
Pings down as this Gragas, hungry for experience.
Olaf is moving in
Easy
here.
way to get in
I
here.
think
Oh,
they,
Mal.
they know he's there, but yeah. Won't be able to do more. I think Olaf was thinking maybe Gragas will face check, but Sweeper gave him away. And, you know, Olaf with Ultimate and Ghost, I think he had a... there was a wall where he could chase down this Gragas, but Gragas played it safe, walked away, and just let himself get out of there alive.
Yeah, read the trap nicely. And Paragon's bot lane are doing so well, keeping his
Oh,
pressure
they
up.
will go in, but then Lissandra instantly denying the engage from the Rakan. Just press W and it's done. However, Syndra has snuck down here, and this Jhin ultimate should keep this Ashe stuck in the alcove. She can't step up. Flash stun coming through from the Syndra, and the damage will come through. No ultimate being used just yet, and will be safe for the Lissandra, and will go down for an easy double kill. We'll be trading the Herald topside, but overall, that gold is good.
That was real good. Paragon really feeling it in the bot lane. Yeah, in that 2v2, they're pretty secure right now. But with Syndra arriving and the extension of the play, the waiting out with the Jhin ultimate, with Tima being able to flash forwards and continue to be a nuisance. Paragon just fall down slightly in gold
We'll be
phase.
looking for this Orianna next. No stun available for the Syndra, and Orianna will flash out. Oh! Okay.
Nearly. Ally.
Olaf?
A little
No.
bit of friendly fire.
I thought for a second I might even connect for the top lane, but yeah. I think Syndra's very happy with that roam, taking the 2-0,
Absolutely.
and we'll be able to
Plenty of
hopefully-
gold in from the runes, and of course, 2 swift kills as well. Gets the Leandries through, which means we should be seeing the cooldown build. Kenji feeling himself a little bit.
Not enough though. Olaf, even though he did, is 0-2, he's even enough on items here at this point, so Kenji might be sitting on a bit of gold. And yeah, Olaf with his ultimate does have some kind of opportunity. Sandra.
Oh, Lutrax.
Will be
still
spotted
level
out here.
5.
They do know that
Do you
she's
not see
there.
the shadow.
Don't think so, but I think a bit too much hesitation coming over from Lutrax will mean... I mean, Orianna wasn't anywhere close, but did have
Yeah.
Shockwave, so maybe. Might have been able to get there. In fact.
If I am super concerned about one thing from Paragon, apart from the sliding gold lead, which I imagine is mostly from mid,
Where have we seen that before?
it's it's potentially that their jungle and support are very, very behind on levels. Looks like Fruity Carrots just rubber banded back in, but Can't Focus has camps up to clear. So, it's one apiece. Okay, maybe it's pretty close, but you can see the CS deficit pretty evident, even with the Everfrost coming through from Fruity.
Yep.
A bit worried whether that Lissandra will be able to stand up to anything at all in the next few minutes. Should be very squishy.
Now, I'm hoping Exeter will be a bit more aggressive on these dragons. Last game, they got themselves a bit of a gold lead, but then just gave over way too many objectives over to Paragon, and in return, it just didn't work out. So hopefully this game will be a bit more pressure on them. As,
if anything, the Lee Sin scales like not great. The Gragas scales abominably.
He'll have a lot of damage as he is the target and is forced to flash out. Lissandra having to E over the wall as well, and Evelyn will take the Scuttle Cat for free. Nearly walked into the barrel. But that might bring Dragon as well. If they can get some pushing in these lanes, and we'll give them a side opportunity to come back.
They've moved 4 people in, so big to middle. Where's Fruity right now? Is he snuck into bottom lane?
Yeah, I think he's helping his bot lane guarantee the push in there, as Evelyn's going to stay mid lane, as they do look for a catch on Orianna. Ultimate has been burned, and Evelyn will use her own ultimate to dodge the last tower shot, as Gragas is probably trying to force the play on the bot side. Jhin Flash has been forced, and Rakan dashing away. No pick over for Paragon, but can...
Yeah, they haven't used the Rift Herald yet. There we go.
There we go. He said it. We'll use this bot lane. Played stalled for another minute and a half, so we'll give some gold there to the Ashe.
That also allows them to move away from this lane. Potentially looking to clear out some of that vision closer to mid. We'll see if Lutrax and Brody move up there. Should probably be up.
Oh no, you're one level down, but might... No, okay, I wasn't going to say, you might look for this. Look at this. Here we go. Gragas has now started this jungle with Dragon here. Evelyn is invading topside, so I think Exeter might have reduced side.
Teleport in from Mel.
Yep, 2 teleports right on top of each other, as the target is the Lissandra, who doesn't know how to press ult on herself. Will go down and die with ultimate still up, as the attention is now turned to the Dragon. Rakan has jumped in, charming up 3 people. Evelyn is on the side, charming up the Gragas. Ashe ulti will connect on the Evelyn, as the Bomba will come through, taking down 2 members from Paragon. Syndra, no TP, is walking up to here, but I don't think there's more.
No, not enough for sure. Lutrax going down is sad. I think holding the ultimate probably fine. It doesn't make a difference, just delaying the inevitable. But is that Fruity Carrots or Woody Fruity? That was an absolutely clutch explosive barrel. Look at him go. Absolute champion. Redeems himself for a middling, let's say, early game.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they can come back from this. Evelyn did try to do what she can to get the pick off onto the Gragas, but Gragas just so inherently tanky with his W damage resistance, so
yeah,
from that side, Evelyn will
found the angle on top of it as well. Really nice play from Fruity Carrots.
Well, Evelyn's just got to step into Gragas to get him, and then Gragas is just like, oh, you're in my face, perfect, that's where I want you.
Someone squishy in ultimate range. Fantastic.
Exactly. That's what we
I don't know
there.
why he's turned into an Olaf or Gangplank, but that's just where we are this evening.
It's been a long night.
It really has. Stride Breaker through, interestingly, for Kenji. So trying to match the movement speed of the Olaf tends to be better if you can do this with magical boots, but neither of these top laners really opt in for that utility tree, that inspiration. So instead, we'll just be trying to match each other in the dive or interfere with each other. Either way is fine, and this mythic helps a bunch.
It's been very entertaining watching these top laners just hide in these bushes in this laning
Yeah.
phase. They fight so much of the early, and then they get bored, and they're just like, you know what, we're just going to hide in bushes and farm waves over and over again. Like,
Ooh. The challenge there from Refresh from Mel. Holds the wave. Should be able to hold that cannon minion and invite Kenji in, or else keep the wave right in front of him. Makes it a lot harder to farm until you see Eames somewhere else. This Evelyn, very, very hard to spot till she commits to a play fully.
Reddington might look for the thing. Reddington can't commit too much to an all in until Olaf blows his ultimate, which he did there. We'll be able to use that to run away. Can't get CC'd by the
I
Reddington.
am so
he's out of
confused. Not only did Refresh not hold the wave in front of his tower, he pushed it back to continue the 1v1 that has been going Kenji's way. Not only in this matchup, but since game 1. And I'm not really sure You know, it's been a long night for us, Dubby. It's
been a longer
for
night for these
players
players,
as well. Having to try real hard finals on a weekday. It's a lot of pressure.
That's how it goes for top laners. They're definitely some of the craziest players on teams, and they can get bored and just start wanting to fight each other.
Okay.
Exactly. Now, Herald is on the map, but we won't see it start out from Paragon just yet. TP from Orianna coming to the mid lane will get them some priority in the lanes, which they may then try to transition into Herald, but that will give them some nice pressure.
Buys you enough time to see Eden under this tower. Eames will have to run all the way from mid, so it's a little bit of a difficulty. We'll see. It looks like instead Exeter committing to the bot side for the cross map. Let's see if Paragon
all their
can
members
evade.
over there. I think Paragon, you already see Lysandre's halfway to the second tower. We'll be moving back to just escort the Ashe over. Herald will go over to free, and they will trade a tower here, but honestly, it's got to be done. Good respect play. Inside.
Not worth going down with the ship.
Elden will actually engage onto the Ashe here. So the recall from Syndra came through last second. Ashe cancelled her, so maybe it was recalling afterwards, allowing a nice pick. However, good trade from Paragon, dropping the Herald mid right away. Will get themselves a tower for a tower.
Sequence of events. Oh, I think Mel might win that. A little bit of nerves.
Not quite, yeah. I think Olaf still is not in a position to win these
The
ones.
W maintained at low health. Really does rip through. Oh dear.
Gragas coming in. Bomba ultimate will delay his recall. Meanwhile, Eames was stepping a bit too far for a counter jungle. Yeah.
I think Paragon have got the memo that the Eve is normally farming their jungle right now when there's a cross map going on. A little bit too much there. Recall timers. Probably something better to keep an eye on.
I hate to say it, but this Evelyn pick is just... I don't know.
It's not happening, is it?
It's just not happened this game. It definitely didn't happen last game. And
yeah, when you pick Eve, you really do need to sort of, in competitive, less so than solo queue, you do really need to like hammer 1v1s home. So sort of this Olaf Renekton would have been great to twist, but instead Eve hasn't been able to get up there, hasn't been able to take down the Renekton. And with the Hex gates down as well, the amount of time where you can have numbers advantage, where you can try and surprise someone before they recall, before they're able to get back out on the map, or before their allies arrive, very much diminished with these gates. It's harder and harder to play Eve the later you go into the game, unless you've twisted that early game out of control. I think it's fair to say, despite Paragon's bot lane not being in the best position, Exeter haven't really made their mark on the Rift right now. Their gold lead diminished to only 1,000.
Now Dragon is about to spawn. Renekton is already bot lane with the Olaf running there as fast as possible. Syndra 2 items here will have a lot of damage, but they're just not in this Dragon pit to fight it, and the second Dragon's going over for free. Exeter will take this mid tower, but is that going to be enough?
Something in trade.
They will try and
get in here. Staying alive for now. Look to
Jump for
fruity
Gragas
carrots.
here. Ult will come through. Evelyn will use her own ultimate to dodge it, forcing the Olaf ulti. Gragas barrel will not be able to connect on anyone, as Olaf ult has now timed out, allowing the Renekton to stun him up, taking a kill, trading a tower for a dragon and a kill. 3 dragons, 19 minutes.
Yeah, it's fast once again. Not fast enough to sort of force through a play that won't consider the Baron in a few minutes. Team are locked up.
Team are going a bit too far, as Gragas will flash into this Jhin here, not able to have enough damage to commit to him. And Tima split focus, meaning that he'll get out alive. Jhin now using the ultimate. I don't think anyone's at risk here, but we'll just use it to poke down, hitting 2 out of 4 shots.
Gets them to back away. At the start of that fight, Eden had to flash over the barrel, so a real struggle.
Uh-oh! What is... Oh no, Eden stepping up way too far forward here. We'll get caught out. Stopwatch. Yeah, Exeter's just... They've completely fumbled it. What have they done?
They've dropped the bag. Just walking back into mid as if the tempo was completely diffused.
Baron
Not
up in
the
5
case.
seconds.
Triple kill for Brody's Ashe.
This is a disaster. This is definitely not the Exeter we saw game 1. It's just been a slow bleed in games 2, 3, and now 4. What was that?
There was a sleepwalk, definitely back into mid after an extended fight. You know, you traded ults, you traded flashes, and like, yeah, we can just carry on. Not the case. Paragon still had some gas in the tank, still able to get forwards.
Yeah.
They'll be rewarded with an instant Baron. That's a decent amount of gold at this stage of the game. 2,000 the gold lead for Paragon, 3,000 in the last few minutes.
This is a bit of a disaster game. We'll have to see how Exeter can try and come back. But a 20-minute Baron, 3 dragons, and also 3 very good dragons. Let's put it at that.
Yeah,
Ocean, Infernal, and
Hextech.
Hextech. What more
Hextech
could you
Soul
want?
to boot. It's a huge boon. It's a huge deal.
Syndra.
Oh my goodness.
Oriana has picked up the Zonias here, making her just very hard to pick. Ash nearly finishing her
Yeah.
Triforce, which should probably have that soon, giving her so much move speed and prowess. That, like, it's just an unfortunate. Jin, still deathless, is doing what he can. 2 items will have some damage, but unfortunately, there's just too much safety net. And the Gragas ultimate is peel if needed. The Sandra ultimate to buy her team time as well. Oriana Shockwave is just
huge amount of time.
Yeah.
That Exeter have to sort of wait for to continue on with the fight, and we are due a bit of a lull state. A 20-minute Baron often not able to crash through many towers because you know, you're short on items, short on experience. Eames short on being on his own side of the map as he spotted.
But actually, Olaf did TP down bot side. Looks like Eames went in for the sacrifice to give attention to off this Renekton, as this Renekton might be the target here. Olaf will land the axe, this Renekton will dash over the wall, and I think he will slowly but surely go down. Actually, the Syndra ulti will burn through. Rakan getting the shutdown. But what does this mean if you are Exeter? You've lost 1 tower.
4
and
people commit. At the same time, Paragon strike at the tier 2, strike in mid. It was a real overcommit, and Eames, if you're going to be there when you're trying to focus bot lane, should have gone through walls, ideally. Finds Paragon in the middle of the map, and he's exposed himself. With the dragon coming up in 120, you're going to see vision cleared out and a reset come through. But yeah, it's a rough state of play for Exeter now.
Yeah. One thing, Renekton did use his flash there, but didn't escape. I'm not sure if that'll give enough priority to Exeter to try and make a play around the flashless Renekton, because again, this guy is not the focus.
I think it's small beans. They are missing Ghost.
We're looking
the
for
Olaf,
something.
which is how he should be outpacing. They blew 2 teleports. You know, it's a big old investment. While they did get the Renekton, really strong in the 1v1 with the Spirit Shojin,
Yep.
I don't think it's worth it at this stage. Getting a Baron off the map is nice. That's just about to fade away before this dragon, regardless.
Oh, Gragas will be pulled out here as an engage will come through from the Rakan. Jin ultimate being used from range, and a lot of damage coming through will get the kill over to Jin. Now Touch will shift over to the Lissandra. However, Evelyn will be able to ult out of that. Oriana flashing over will be able to connect her damage shockwave as Jin is now the target from Ashe. Ashe ghosted, and with the amount of items that she has so much move speed to chase down. On the top side, Olaf and Renekton are still fighting around. Olaf ultimates did time out, which allowed Renekton to get the stun and easy kill. What?
It converts that top side with the dragon up.
Meanwhile, Rakan.
Doesn't quite get through the gate. Should be able to get away regardless, but that will be the dragon over to Paragon. And that'll be another soul.
That'll be the soul going over indeed, unless Syndra goes in for some insane steal, but without that
It would be madness.
It would be madness.
To try this.
But tonight it's been a night full of madness, so you know what? If there's ever a moment to
maybe
do
an
something
X-range
insane.
scatter.
Nope, will not connect.
Not quite. Not.
The Hextech Dragon will go over to Paragon. This Hextech Dragon is just, you know, with the champions that Paragon have, I think Oriana and Ashe are just, in their entire comp, they love this dragon. It's so nice for their comp.
Destructive against low health targets like the Evelyn as well. It just goes that extra mile to have that extra shock, take them down nice and quick. Paragon look comfortable. Maybe
Yeah,
a return
way
to
too
regular
comfortable.
season form.
Yeah,
Exeter had been their kryptonite in playoffs.
maybe this
Chemtech.
first game was just a warm-up for them.
Yeah, Revolt, Chemtech, and Exeter, the only 2 teams to take games. Brody should live.
Ooh. Oh, wait, no, the ultimate's coming through from Jin, however, Oriana is blocking them. To be fair, Ashe did step to the side, so there was an opportunity for that.
It's almost a risk there of a little bit of a bend it like Beckham angle. From last.
Oh,
And yeah, while they've won the position in the middle of the map again, Exeter still struggling
Now
in
wait,
this game.
if Chemtech and Exeter are the only 2 teams to take a win from Paragon, does that mean Chemtech is as good as Exeter? By that load?
Nearly certainly not.
Nearly
Not
certainly
as
not.
consistent at least.
Worst time this season.
You'd have to tell me you've probably cast a few more Div 2 games than I've watched. It's slight admission of guilt, but these ones are lots of fun.
Definitely. I might have a bit of Chemtech biasm as they are my team. Now then.
Ooh, okay. Are you just friends with, or are you
Oh, bit of everything.
bit of everything?
Yeah.
Bit of everything.
Yeah,
So are you like the super sub you come on in game too?
they were the ones that got me into casting. So yeah, shout out Chemtech. Anyways, back into this game.
Chemtech, that's alright. It's been a Division 2 split. Starting to see it potentially come to an end. Paragon line up in front of the Baron, spawning in 15 seconds. They've pushed in mid. They're going to push in top. They're Reddington, Kenji, superstar on the Lizard Wizard these last few games.
And
He's
just
set
in
up with his
case-
teleport. This is
Just-
everything you need for a perfectly brewed Baron.
Yeah. Just in case you guys didn't know, Dragon has been slain, so we're just making you guys very clear on that. And yeah, we'll see how Evelyn. Evelyn does have the
Like,
Banshees.
I think maybe the dragon has been slain.
Maybe, just maybe. Yeah, no, this will. So Evelyn with the Banshees. Oh, you know what? I bet you Ash is just trying to bait in Evelyn here. Yeah, never mind. Evelyn will take that moment to move behind the vision line and maybe set up in the enemy red side jungle, looking for somebody to come off the recall here.
Ooh, that fresh ward gives Tima away.
Just a bit of thing. However, Evelyn is now happily set inside this push. Ash might walk into there. We'll just see.
Oh, Lutrax, you gotta know he can't be alone.
Lutrax is not going to pick. Actually, will opt in to use the ultimate on the Evelyn instead. Ash ulti will connect onto the Rakan, and that's 2 ultimates from the side of Paragon. However, Orianna getting a nice shockwave off will connect with the last 2 members. Reddington flashing over the wall will guarantee the kill onto Rakan, as he is also being the final chase. 2 people going down. A nice attempt from Exeter. However, there's just too much gold, too much priority. And
While
it's
the
just not
tower
enough.
will go over. It's a commiseratory prize. Paragon.
Oh no, Jin steals
Be
this.
able to take this.
Jin steals this.
Teleport
Never
in.
mind. Olaf going in for the 1v4. You know what? This is the kind of moments when you just have to do what you can. Eden will go in trying to get a kill on the Brody, will get the shutdown. And when you're this far behind, any kind of kill is just something. You'll take the gold, you'll take a bit, you're so far behind, it doesn't matter how much gold the enemy team has. But I think last will be the next target here.
Flashes over the wall should be away with that. As Tima as well coming across. And yeah, when your back is against the wall, you gotta throw everything. You gotta see what sticks. In this case, Exeter do manage to take down the Ash, so the sieging power of this Baron reduced at the same time.
Here's the Evelyn again, behind enemy lines.
I cannot focus on this man. He's done well at getting behind and finding these deep flank angles, but Exeter still have to be able to follow up.
I hope he's waiting for the
With
Ash
that
or
Lissandra
something.
marking him, that's enough to pop the Banshees and drop the Glacial Prison. Exeter, it's a real struggle if they're going to come back from here.
Oh, Paragon haven't spotted out this. There's Evelyn. Yeah, okay, now Evelyn
there
will
we
give
go.
themselves away. We'll be able to commit more.
Nah, they're not. Yeah, they're not going to rise to the bait. I think with Flash and ult up.
It was a nice, cool attempt, but Inhib going down, Paragon playing a very slow and methodical game here, closing out this game bit by bit. Ooh, we'll be able to stop the recall from Orianna. Orianna Shockwave will hit nobody. And maybe it's give an
just a little
Oxyturn
bit of
moment to try and get a... No. The wave clear from this Hextech Dragon is just too much. Super's coming down. Nothing more
I've
they can
had
do.
super minions, and I don't mind the sombrero there from Paul. Vuza, if I try and say that properly. You can't really react to Rakan flash over the wall if you haven't got that time.
Yeah, so good safety net
It's,
ultimate there.
It's pretty much up again already. Level 16 on this mage. Plenty of CDR from the Leandri's Visage. And of course, a 5,000 gold lead. Baron fading away. They did only get the mid inhib off of it. You wouldn't necessarily call that a huge win. Paragon have at least set up for this Elder Dragon. With
10 seconds to all their spawn here. Evelyn will get caught out by this Orianna here. Orianna not being able to use the shockwave just yet. We'll be able to wait to reposition her. No, there we go. Ash ultimate coming in. We'll hit nobody.
nearly.
As Rakan is behind them too, and I don't think he was spotted by Paragon. So this is maybe their fight right here. They know the Evelyn's below them. Syndra will get a one-person stun here as they're trying to get. There we go. Flash in from the Evelyn, doing absolutely no damage. Rakan coming in from the side as well. Olaf has wrapped around and will chase down people. Is CC immune, but there's too much damage. Actually, we'll be able to take down the Reddington as he continues this fight. Gragas splitting up the backline, and now look at this last in the back of this thing. Will be able to get the force shot, but barely not killing Brody as he's able to heal up. Stopwatch being used by the Gragas will allow him to get out of that, as Brody is so fast with this Ghost. However, should he take that? Maybe.
Yeah,
I mean, they're still gonna
absolutely take those. Not quite ready with the teleports from Paragon. Both members did fall away and don't quite have that cooldown. So no teleports in to destroy some Nexus towers. Instead, Paragon gonna have to do with 3 members of their team picking up this Elder Dragon uncontested. Another team fight where Exeter relied on deep flanks. So hard to execute that pistol movement in League of Legends. It requires precise timing and movement together. They're not quite able to make it work.
They did get some kind of flanks there, but the issue is Evelyn was the first one in, and her ultimate, an execute, that's not what you want to be using right away in the fight. So she drops it and just doesn't do that enough damage to really set things up. Sure, she gets them low enough for a few kills.
A lot else. That's sort of like you want to scatter, you want Olaf running in, you want the Evelyn to either be the finisher or like the Orianna Shockwave, disrupt so many people, dropping their health bars super low. It's just really tough right now from this Evelyn's point of view. Banshee's second is never a good look, but essential here to not get immediately picked off by Lysander.
I think Paragon is looking for the close here, as Gragas did buy an elixir and has consumed it. So, we'll stop the recall.
He's full build. Don't look at those empty item slots.
Alright. Rakan will do what he can to get an engagement, but will go down to the Elder, as 5 members strong of Paragon are now pushing down this mid lane. You know, Bennington...
That's right.
Bennington
He's spacing, he's skating.
He's teleporting around, as Orianna is going to one-shot Syndra Olaf. And sadly, I think this is the end of our session tonight, as Paragon is about to close out this game. Evelyn doing what she can to finish this. Gragas zoning the Jhin in his own base. Jhin is not allowed to leave, as they will tank the tower, and Paragon will, after conceding the first game, take these next 3 games, finishing this best of 5 and becoming the champions in the UKEL Div 2.
What a revenge arc.
Oh, yeah.
4 Nations, second division comes to a close. We're likely to see both of these teams again in the relegation promotion series, so stay tuned to at the UKEL on socials for that. Dilby, it's been a pleasure.
It's been fun. Thank you, everybody, for joining in tonight. I believe, are we closing off the stream as well here, or will we go into desk momentarily?
I think that caps the season. Production can tell us what's going on. We've got an interview.
We have an interview.
Exciting.
Okay.
Stay tuned. We're
We'll
going to have an interview with a member of Paragon, no doubt. Getting the details all finalized now. Are we going to kick it to a quick? We are going to kick it to a quick break. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for watching the second division finals, and we'll see you next time.
Till then.
Hello, and back once again for some closing words of the Division 2 split in the Four Nations. We've got Lutrex here from the victorious Paragon. Congratulations first on the win. I don't want to be boring and just be like, oh, how do you feel? But let's just go a little bit deeper, because obviously you're into promotions towards Division 1.
Exactly,
Obviously you kind of were already, but how much better is it to be going out in the first seed?
I don't know if it's such an advantage, to be honest. I'm just kinda glad that we made it to the finals. The series against Nuke, that was also kinda hard. It was a 48-minute game, I think, the last one.
Intense.
It was very intense, yeah, very intense. So, at first, I was glad that we made it into the finals and into the promotion series then. But, of course, I wanted to win the final as well. It didn't stop there. The finals... It was kind of the last step, I think, for all of us to like kind of get good preparation for the promotion series, because we believe that we can definitely also that Exeter can definitely beat the Division 1 teams. And all in all, I'm just so excited, and yeah, I can't wait for some more series.
Spring is definitely coming right up.
It certainly is. It'll be fast approaching before you know it. We'll be back again for that. Now, I have to ask, this iteration of Paragon has been together since Open Quals, and of course you joined in just after. What was the environment like throughout the split, and what was the environment like today? Has there been any major growth in team environment, or has it largely always been just what it is today?
I think from the start on, it was kind of like we have played together for ages. Like even with me, I just kind of came in like 2 or 3 days before Aurora Cup. Then we just played it. We also managed to pick up, I think, 2 wins against NLC 2 teams. So already I saw kind of a bit of potential in the team, in the constellation. And no, all in all, I think it was just always a very, very easy, just let's say just easy environment to play in. because I kind of came in and everyone was just so open, so I can't really describe it. I haven't had it yet.
Just
in,
vibing.
Yeah, I haven't had it yet in any other like real team. But yeah, we haven't had the most scrims lately. That was kind of an issue. But other than that, I couldn't be more happier, to be honest. And also, I think with even a bit more practice, when we can just solve a bit of problems also in game, this could have easily been a 3-0. And maybe also the promotion series that will come will be a bit easier. But all in all, I can only say that I'm very happy with all the boys. I think they're very, very, very hardcore smurfed today. I maybe didn't have my best day. I'm also not so proud of that, but I'm very happy with the guys today. And I'm very sure that the future will be bright, hopefully.
Definitely did enough.
Speaking of that, you said that like you haven't got as many scrims right now. Is that sort of what you would attribute to what I would call the cold open to the series, where you got kind of rolled in game one?
Yeah, I think we had a plan coming into the series. It was kind of that their mid laner is just, in our opinion, by far the best player, also the safest player, probably the player that you can not so easily shut down, unlike the others, because he's super safe, but at the same time also aggressive, like at the right points. So we kind of wanted to get rid of, when we were playing red side, of the Orianna and the Syndra, because they were just so good power picks, all in all at the moment. But we kind of have figured out that maybe it's not the best decision, and maybe we can just trade it. And I think kind of the big champion in the series was the Syndra, in my opinion. We also predicted the Syndra first pick in the last game, but we kind of came prepared. Also, I think Red was also massive in the series. Like, I think both teams have figured that out a bit later. But no, we came in with a plan. It was definitely a bit of a cold open. And I think every one of us, we just got better as the series was going, to be honest.
I mean, it was literally flick of a switch going into game number 2.
Yeah.
And I mean, as productions just popped up on the screen, the play safe mid clip from the upper bracket finals, the amount of respect you guys show to Eden is pretty considerable, and nice to see you shouting him out specifically.
Yeah, definitely.
So, ever since Open Quals, even throughout today's stream, I have been largely of the opinion that Paragon is the Div 1 team that we never had. Because, I mean, they looked very good through Open Quals. And you guys stomped through regular split as well to now come and stand here as the victor of Div 2. Do you think that you guys can beat out Arcadia and Lions Creed Academy to make it to Div 1?
I mean, it's the re-revenge. Because Arcadia was the team that
Knocked
stopped
them into lower bracket
from getting Div 1.
I wasn't there yet, though. I wasn't there
you
yet.
weren't.
This
Somebody
time
else
it's
stopped the
different.
team.
This time it's different, yeah. No,
Just
yeah.
ask Mac.
As I said earlier, I think it's definitely just up to us, and just up to like the form of the day, to be honest. Also for Exeter, I think we are two very good teams, and yeah, we played earlier this season. We played some Div 1 teams and scrims. It went kind of mixed, but maybe that could have also been that we were like a new team, like at least with me, and no, yeah.
Put that into perspective, though. The Division 1 teams, the National Leagues are technically meant to be replacing Divisions 3 and 4 in the NLC.
Yeah.
So, if you're having mixed results against Div 1 teams, that's surely saying something good.
I hope so, yeah. I hope so. I mean, Arcadia and Lions Creed, I've been following them a bit in Div 1. I've been rather watching like the big games like Tempest, Ruddy, and so on, but yeah. I think there is 2 spots in the promotion series that definitely Exeter and us want to take, and we won't make it easy for them, and we will prepare for it. We will be ready.
I'm looking forward to it.
Definitely.
Indeed, what we'd like to hear. Now, I do have just one more question before I hand it back over to Bracket. And today's series was telling. It showed that you guys are very good at adapting on the fly, and that you have a lot of different avenues that you can play. What was the mentality of the team like after game number 1, ready to bounce back into the 3-game streak?
The mentality all in all, we had some problems today, some pauses, as you guys could have noticed. I really don't know. Our ADC had to leave places and go over to another guy's place, to our manager's place, because he wasn't loading into the games. Then obviously the client issues. I think that kind of put the mentality down a bit, at least for me. I can't really say it about the others because they were like so positive throughout the series, kinda. But for me, it kind of put it down, I would say. But it got better when the results came in. When I see, okay, we won a game on red side, great. We won the game on blue side also first before the red side win, and I think the mentality kinda really went very high when we were 2-1 up, when the red side curse was finally broken. I think
That's kind of what I was
Yeah.
saying in the green room during Game 4. It's just like this is a Paragon that looks like they're just vibing.
Yeah.
And they feel in themselves, and that last game, yeah, that felt like a statement as you guys closed out the split. Do you want to, before we let you go, because we've kept you long. Is there anyone outside of the team? Obviously, I know you can shout out Paragon and Mac and all of the people behind the scenes, and Rob. I see you, bud. But is there anyone outside of the team that you want to shout out in particular?
I expected the Evelyn to be better. Other than that,
Oof.
probably not.
Wow. Okay. I was going to say hype somebody up, but all right.
That works.
I just said
Shade
it stand like
throw,
that. I
Luke.
just said it stand like that. Who knows?
That's
Maybe after the series against Lions Creed and Arcadia, maybe Exeter again, we will meet again. Maybe there's a change of mind then, but no. For now, I expected more from the Evelyn.
Well,
on that bombshell.
Does take
We'll let you go, Lutrix, as that will do it for us here on UKL4 Nations second division split. As we've been alluding to all day, promotion relegation, Lions Creed Academy and Arcadia are looking to hold on to their spots in Div 1. Ex Machina and Paragon looking to take them. More info on when that will be coming up in the future, so keep your eyes peeled for that. I've been Brackish Brit. Thank you so much for watching. My partner in crime, Jika, has been here as always. You've all been fantastic, I imagine. I don't know. I can't see what you're doing. But anyway, see you on another UKL broadcast. Bye for now.
Bye bye.
Can Vanguard turn this around? Kiting, looking towards Sin, flashing away. Sin forced to flash away defensively, and Vanguard is cleaning up the fight. It's a triple kill. It's a quadra kill.
Forcing the way out and the all-out will be used as well. Vetri does have the flash. He's not even going to use it. Oh, huge!
Hollow from the side with an incredible flank angle. Decimates critical engage. The call of the Forge God unfortunately cannot get the second stack because he was too busy fighting his own teammate with that excellent ultimate coming out. And it's all Vanguard right now, together with Rengus, cleaning up the rest of the team.
Oh my.